bit. There we go. I started with a mute. What a fucking day, huh? Don't worry about the glitch early. I was just disconnecting from my VPN. So while the music was going, we had a glitch there. And then I was watching to make sure that it didn't glitch out completely. But we should be good now. Does everybody hear me okay? Besides the mute to kick off the day? What a way to start the day. I was ready, too, today. I'm organized. I woke up early. I didn't get yelled at by Jen one single time. So it felt good. And then right when I went live, I had the audio, or the mic was hooked to my headphones and not the microphone. And so it all fell apart right at the beginning. But how else would we start? Hey, Jen.
Good. Gold stars, I guess. I mean, only just starting out muted. That's
not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. I thought I tapped it too. I thought I had tapped it and I didn't. Usually you know when you've tapped it.
I mean, some of us do. Some of us then get confused whether we're in between the carpet and something else.
Come on.
I mean,
how's the MAGA ecosphere today? I haven't seen the MAGA ecosphere all weekend. How are they doing with this Hexess stuff?
Honestly, I haven't watched any of it.
Okay.
So you'll have to ask everybody else. I don't know.
All right, everybody else. How is the MAGA ecosphere dealing with Pete Hegseth being obviously a piece of shit? And by the way, they're all throwing Pete Hegseth under the bus. We'll get to that in a minute, but they probably just don't care. What's up, Chopper Light? I watched some debates. They don't want to talk about it. Yeah, what do they want to talk about? Biden, probably still. What they want to talk about? Anything but this. Blaming Joe. Yeah, it was Joe. Fucking Joe. They can't make up their mind whether or not Joe was running like this massive conspiracy to undermine the United States and he was taking a nap the whole time. It's a very confusing through line. I mean, this administration are fall guys. Yeah, they might be. Yeah, I do think that's kind of what you do. If you're Donald Trump and you want to create an administration that will do whatever you want, just get a bunch of corrupt people with dirt on them who will never get a job anywhere else and never could have been, wouldn't have even been considered for these positions in any other administration, and just fill your administration full of dirtbags and you're good. Go. All right, let's jump into it. There's a new theme song. I don't know if you guys have heard this. Shout out to who put this together. I got it from MAGA Cult Slayer on TikTok, but this is Chelsea Ghost Zero. I don't know if Chelsea Ghost wrote this, but the video I just liked, so we're gonna put the video with it. But I was unaware that Kristi Noem had her own theme song now.
Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. I said Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. Oh, Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. That hoe has got to go. Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. Come on. Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. Hey. Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. That hoe has got to go. Kristi Noem.
I hadn't heard it. I don't know. So they got to play it every time she comes on stage now. Just as she just toothpicks her way onto stage there. All that plastic surgery, and not going BBL. It's a shame.
Thanks for the
it's a goddamn shame. You should have went BBL. Take some of that meat that you put in your cheeks and put it somewhere else. We need that song. If you need that song, you can get it in the Discord, which is free to join, and we post all of our links in the Discord every single day. Good reminder, too, tonight we have a movie night. I'll play this a couple times, but here is the trailer of the movie that we're watching tonight. In order to watch the movie with us tonight, you just need to be a subscriber, either on TikTok or Twitch or YouTube, and we'll watch this together. Originally, we were going to have the person who actually put this documentary together, maybe she still will join. I've emailed her. I talked to her on Twitter, then I emailed her, but my emails keep coming back non-deliverable, so I have no idea how to get a hold of her. She may join us, she may not, but here's the trailer of the movie we're going to watch tonight in Discord.
In the 1960s, Jen Senko's dad never had a bad word to say about
Jen Senko's her name, my bad.
Any race or people or person.
Then in the 80s, after my dad discovered talk radio during a long commute to work, he suddenly didn't like black people, poor people, gay people, feminists, Hispanics, and especially Democrats. After he discovered Fox News, they became the enemy.
What happened to Dad? The great story here for anybody willing to find it and write about it and explain it is this vast right-wing conspiracy, but it has not yet been fully revealed to the American public.
By the 70s and the 80s, the media had been taken over by the extreme right.
Homosexual marriage is such a threat to civilization itself.
Fox News came along.
Mass murder committed by immigrants.
God controls the climate. Come on!
In asking the question, what happened to her dad, it was really like asking what happened to our media. And in asking what happened to our media, it was really like asking what happened to our country.
All right, so that's what we'll be watching tonight. It's extremely powerful, a little bit different, less singing, I assume, this time than the last movie night we did. But I'm looking forward to watching this with you guys, especially if you've got friends who are at least like in the MAGA realm and they're open-minded. This might be a good time to bring a friend over, put it on the TV. You can watch, like I said, you can watch it on Discord. You can stream it. If you need a link to the Discord, message any mod, and they'll get you a link. I don't put it in my link tree on purpose. That's a way to kind of weed people out who are just going to come in and troll. We learned that early on, that if we throw the Discord in the link tree, everybody jumps in there, and it's a nightmare. So we wanted Discord to be free for everybody to use it. As far as I know, we're one of the few creators that do that, and so we wanted that to still be available, but we wanted to protect it as well. So that's why you have to ask for a link to the Discord. But if you have MAGA friends, MAGA parents, might be a good time to sit and watch with them. I don't interrupt, so they're going to watch the whole thing without having to hear from me. And then after, we open it up for comments, questions, concerns, all those things. I'm looking forward to it. But once again, in order to watch that with us, you just need to be a paid subscriber either on YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok. And then it should automatically put you, if you're in Discord, it should automatically integrate. I would love it if we didn't just bombard Jen today. Jen hasn't been able to enjoy any of these movie nights, really, because she just gets bombarded and then gets pissed off, which she lasts a lot longer than I would. And so make sure you get that done now, and then check before the movie time. We're starting at 5 Pacific time. So adjust that for wherever you are. 5 Pacific time is when we'll start that documentary tonight. Look forward to seeing you guys there. And just as a reminder, we're always crowdfunded. So memberships and gifts go a long way to help us keep the lights on here. We do have a gift goal. Somebody sent one early. Ryan said, for the show, have a great start to the week. Anything you send me, I'm happy to read, either through any of those pay apps. I try not to say them because we're back on TikTok. And we're back on TikTok today. So TikTokers, it's good to see you guys today. If you could help us by liking and sharing the live, get it out there. If you can gift, that also helps. But we're happy to have all of you. And I'll try and catch your comments while we go today. There's a lot of depth to today's show. It's going to be a lot less arguing with MAGA, which I'm thrilled about. If full disclosure, Friday, I felt fucking awful. I hated Friday's show. It's probably the least favorite show I've ever done. I got done with it, and it was just like, all I did was yell at fucking incels in the comments, and I hated that. And so I made a goal that Monday we were going to go in depth, and boy, did Pete Hegseth deliver. He's like, hey man, I heard you're having a tough time. Great news. I'm gonna commit war crimes. So you're gonna have something to talk about. And that's not even the main story of the day. So there's tons of stuff we can cover today. Shout out to TWR here for this cartoon today. That's Donald Trump sticking his tiny ass hands up into the Venezuela vending machine trying to steal their oil. And we'll get there. I want to kick this off though with one of my favorite. I don't even remember what their names are on. I think I usually see them on YouTube. What are these guys' names again? They do like blind rankings a lot. In this they do. I think the Makeshift Project, is that them? In this one, it is guessing the prices of these McDonald's items from 2019 to 2025, and play along if you will.
Guess the difference in price of these McDonald's menu items from 2019 to now.
I was very mean on Friday. I apologize, Patrick. I love you.
Okay, let's go through them, Brian. I feel like
Inflation!
I feel like they've gone up.
First one, you got a medium French fry. What do you think it was in 2019?
2019, I feel like a medium fry
Thanks,
was
Jody.
on the dollar menu. Or maybe the small fry was, so maybe slightly more expensive. Let's go $1.25.
In 2019, a medium French fry was $1.79. What do you think it costs now?
I'm just gonna go with the rule of doubling it, right? So if my math is correct, $1.79 would be $3.50.
Okay, it's even more than that. It's 134.1% increase, $4.19.
It would have been $3.60. That was the math.
$4.19 for a medium fry.
I feel like I go to Wendy's now and like the Baconator meal is like $15.
How much was the McChicken in 2019?
I don't even know how much the McChicken is today. I just know I like to eat them late at night.
I actually really
That's code for he gets high.
like a McChicken.
I'll go $3.80.
Okay, in 2019, they were $1.29.
Oh, geez.
But now they are $3.89. That is a 201.6% increase.
You guys remember the dollar menu? Wasn't that long ago? They had like the McChicken. I think you could get a McDouble. They had those. I don't even know if I haven't been to McDonald's for lunch in a long time. They had like those wraps. I forget what they were, not a crunch wrap. I forget what they were called, but there was like this chicken wrap that was $1. You get like fries. It's crazy.
That's insane. And the McChicken back then would have been dangerous for me. I'm actually happy it's more expensive.
How much was the Big Mac in 2019?
The Big Mac in 2019 had to be
Snack wrap. Good. Well done, Samantha. There's a fellow there. Okay, a lot of you were smoking too much. A lot of you know exactly what I'm talking about.
$5.58.
Even cheaper, $3.99.
For a Big Mac.
In 2024, how much does a Big Mac cost?
I think it cost $8.20.
It's $7.49 with an 87.7% increase in price. Stupid.
Yeah, that's way too much for that, Brian. It is.
How much did a 10-piece McNugget cost in 19?
I feel like it was $2.50. That's what it felt like.
It was $4.49.
Okay.
2024, what was the price?
I'll say $6.50.
It is $7.58 for a 10-piece, 68.8% increase in price.
It's too much. It's too much, Brian.
All right. It's going well. McDonald's
Guess the difference in
price themselves right out. Like looking at those prices, I get why I don't go there anymore. It's not cheap. I went to Taco Bell. When I was coming home from somewhere, I don't remember where it was, but I was coming home kind of late and I was going to pick up my daughter. So I text her mom. I was like, hey, I'm going to stop and grab some food. Do you want something? She's like, I want Taco Bell. So I went to Taco Bell and for the three of us, it was like $27 for three people. It was crazy. And I play the video of the e-burger guy that has the 240. That's gross. I like fast food is only convenient now. It's not even cheaper. It's absolutely, and fuck Taco Bell for getting rid of their one good menu item, the caramel apple empanada, and they just get rid of that just because we can't be happy. $30 to have a Little Caesars delivered the other day. That's brutal. $5 hot and ready. It comes to you neither hot nor ready nor $5. That's tough. All right. Kevin Hassett's out here bragging about Black Friday sales. And shout out to all of you who boycotted Black Friday. I was along with you. I didn't spend a dime shopping for Black Friday, and I feel great. I feel absolutely great about it. Every year I spend way too much money on Black Friday on shit that's like, it's okay, but I'm like, oh, it's 40% off. I better buy it today. And then I buy it and I never use it. So in fact, I was able to go on, I needed a vacuum. I was able to go, saw Black Friday and I found like a local store here that honored the same price and was able to, there's like one place that sells vacuums in Mesa, Arizona. And they had the same vacuum for the same price, and I got a vacuum locally. So I used their ads to go get myself a vacuum at a local dealer here. Local dealer here. Hard to say. I feel rich on Black Friday. Yeah, some of us woke up on Monday with still had money. That's pretty cool. Usually you're like, fuck, I'm in debt after Black Friday. I got to go pay a credit card bill. Who was that? Soup for My Fam says, are we talking Prospera and Praxis today? We are talking Prospera. At least Prospera, not necessarily Praxis today, but we are talking Prospera today. Here's Kevin Hassett, though, bragging.
That we just had the best Black Friday that we've ever seen. And it's not just because people are out there, taking debt on their credit cards. It's because incomes are way up under President Trump. They dropped about $3,000 per.
First of all, there's no way for him to know why people bought more stuff. He doesn't know that. It happened 2 days ago. We don't have the data on that yet. We have no idea why people bought more on Black Friday. It very well could be people taking on more debt on their credit cards.
person, $6,000 a family under Joe Biden, and it's up $1,500 a person so far this year. And with all that extra money and with the government shutdown over so people feel comfortable going back to stores, that we're seeing a really blowout, Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Did anybody stop going to stores because of the government shutdown? That's great. Yeah, a lot of you are pointing out the really fucking obvious here, which nobody that watched Fox News caught and nobody pushed back on. People spent more because everything's more expensive. On average, because you want to see year over year increases of between 2 and 3% because of inflation. On average, you see Black Friday sales up generally like 2 to 3%. 2021, they were actually down 1.2%. 2022, they went up 2.2%. 2023, they were up 7.7%. And last year, they were up 10.2%. So this idea that this 9.1% is somehow indicative of greater economic times is going to be tough to explain for MAGA folks who look back at 2024 when you had a higher year-over-year increase. The truth is, it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has everything to do with everything costs a hell of a lot more. That's what it has to do with.
Coming our way. I think all the retailers expect that both online and in-store sales are going to be the highest we've ever seen. And the point is that that's happening even though
How about economy is not as bad as you think? Well, it depends on what you're talking about with the economy. That's a silly thing to say, right? Like, do you have a job? Probably. Is everything more expensive? Certainly. Is our country's like, are we riding a large bet right now? I don't know if you guys know this, but our stock market is down if you take out the top 5 companies. Our stock market is completely driven by 5 companies. That's not good. I wouldn't say that means that your economy's in a great place. I'd say that it's struggling.
inflation is way down under President Trump. And it was 5-10% under Biden, and right now it's running at about 2.5%. And it's way lower than wage growth. Right? And so people's incomes are going up by way more than inflation, and that's why we're seeing these blowout sales. The fact is that we just had
like this year. Let's look at real wage growth in 2025. See what that's at. 0.8% in September. Let's see, year over year. We can get a year over year number here. 0.7%. Yeah, that doesn't outpace. I don't get it. They just lie. They just lie about everything. How could inflation be up 3%? Year over year wage growth is 0.8% or 0.7% for employees, 0.8% for production. That's lower. Just every day they go out and lie. This is the guy who's probably going to be the Fed chair, by the way. This guy that goes on Fox News every single day to lie with that dumbass smile on his face. He's going to be the Fed chair. That's so cool. Oh, a good reminder, Tennessee vote blue today and tomorrow, actually. I'm sure there's like early voting today, right? I don't know Tennessee's voting laws, but tomorrow. And I've got something on that, I think. Right here. Great timing. Who said that? And great job. That was impeccable timing. Here's ch.unfiltered. I don't actually know this guy. I see him all the time. I really should get to know some more of these content creators because I see this dude all the time. But CFH.unfiltered. I'm sure you know his real name. I do not. Talking about some of the fuckery in Tennessee right now.
There is some Orwellian shit going on in Tennessee right now. Allegedly, Republican voters are being threatened.
Can we please do a screening of It's Always Sunny episode where Dennis runs for comptroller? Well, maybe.
To vote. And Democratic voters are being told to vote a day after the special election. So if you guys don't know, there's a big election in Tennessee happening right now in the 7th district. And
so big. This is one I think Trump won by 20 plus points. Matthew, you're looking at wage growth, not real wage growth, which factors in inflation. You need to look at real wage growth. Oh, on a monthly basis? We'll have to look at that. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll look at that, Matthew. Anyways, Trump had won by, I think, about 20 points last time. And this is a 2-point race.
Democratic candidate is trailing the Republican candidate by only 2 points in deep red country. But allegedly, Republican voters are getting this pamphlet in the mail right here. Your voting record is public. Your neighbors are watching and will know if you miss this critical special election. Republican Party officials will see if you don't vote. You can't afford to have that on your record. The Tennessee Republican Party headquarters will see whether you have voted. We are compiling an official list of Republicans who failed to vote. Damn. But it gets worse. Allegedly, Democratic voters are getting this pamphlet in the mail. Please elect Afton Bain for U.S. Congress. Mark your calendars and make a plan to vote on December 3rd. The problem is, voting is on December 2nd. Democrats are being told to vote a day late. Every single...
Now, in all fairness, that happens every election, and it's happened on both sides. It's usually some dark money group trying to fuck with people. That's not always just a left versus right thing.
Republican, Independent, and Democratic voter in Tennessee in the 7th District needs to vote against this type of bullshit. Spread the word and share this video because it's super important. This isn't the America.
There we go. Matthew, where are you getting those numbers on real wages? I'm looking at, this is from... Economic Policy Institute here. Average real wage after 12 straight months as prices decelerate faster than nominal wage growth. Like, we're still not catching up here, right? I don't know where you're getting those numbers. If you can give me a source on those. That's not the same numbers I'm getting here. So I could be wrong, but that's not the numbers. I just did it on the fly here. But I'm not seeing that. So if you've got a source, let somebody know in the chat. That's not what I'm seeing on my end. All right, moving on here. Here's something that I think is really interesting that's happening in America. One of my big concerns currently, and we're going to talk about fascism today as well as all this other stuff, but there's a big push for fascism by the right. They're not calling it fascism. They're calling it law and order, which is what fascists always do. But they're up against something that's really like kind of telling. You look at this, however this race turns out in Tennessee, if this winds up being between a 2 and a 5 point race, even if Afton Ben loses, you've seen like a stark shift in what people view as the role of the government. And the role of the government, in my eyes, is to make sure that people are taken care of. And that meshes with socialism. And so as you have Mondani win and you're seeing people struggling in the Midwest, you're watching farmers who have been propped up through like price guarantees and bailouts and purchase orders through USAID. And they're realizing that like maybe socialism isn't that bad. And this was from an op-ed, but was questioned on Fox News. This is David Marcus here in the black. And he's been going out in the Midwest and he's got some bad news for Republicans, saying, I don't know that this anti-socialism thing is actually going to work. Welcome everybody from the Facts Raid. It's great to have you here. Steve, what's up? Thanks for doing this so often.
Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York. He's obviously a democratic socialist. And a lot of Republicans have kind of said, oh, watch and see what happens to New York. That's going to be the death of socialism. You don't necessarily think that's the case.
No, I don't. And thanks for having me, John. Also, you know, the conventional wisdom regarding Mamdani was that his victory was going to be a boon for Republicans in the midterms because they could just point at socialism and say, you know, there's the boogeyman. I don't think that this is going to work. I think there is a real misreading of the ground in Middle America, the heartland, call it whatever you want. I spend most of my time there talking to voters, and they're not terrified of socialism, and they're not the conservative, what we used to call blue dog Democrat types that you expect to find there. One quick example, 2 30-somethings that I met in Dallas, these guys were Democrats, but not hardcore. Socialism came up. I asked a question that we hear a lot on this channel, where has it ever worked? Without missing a beat, the first guy said Norway. Second guy chimes in and says Sweden and Finland. Now, look, we can debate that, and we kind of did, those models. But the takeaway here is that when I said socialism, their mental image was not breadlines in Cuba or the former Soviet Union. It was free healthcare and generous vacation packages in Scandinavia. So I think Republicans have to understand the ground is a little different than they think it is right now.
We went over on Friday, I think maybe it was Thursday, some of the races that are happening in the Midwest, specifically a Senate race in Nebraska, Joni Ernst's seat in Iowa, and multiple congressional races. You can see the race in Maine, in Vermont. Many of these races, they are very, very close with the polling, in a lot of cases with blue candidates leading in the polls in traditionally red states. And the reason for that is because of this. Like, you just can't scare people with socialism anymore. It's not real, especially when things are going this poorly. I was just scrolling through YouTube last night. I wanted to, this is actually embarrassing a little bit, but I wanted to watch something that wasn't political. I wanted something just to like settle my mind down. So naturally, I settled on Oliver Stone's JFK. I think it might be called JFK. I think that's what it's called, but with Kevin Costner. Loaded cast, by the way. I forgot how loaded that cast was. There's Tommy Lee Jones. What's that little dude's name? What's the guy's name from like Goodfellas and somebody help me with his name. What is his name? Little screechy guy from Home Alone. Why did I forget his name? John Candy. That's right. John Candy's in there. Joe Pesci. Just loaded cast. Anyways, I watched it last night. And it was so weird that it just like happened to connect with everything I saw this morning. Yeah, Joe Pesci, well done. Macaulay Culkin, good try. Not Danny DeVito, but not Danny DeVito. Joe Pesci might also be Danny DeVito. Oliver Stone likes BB. I'm sure he does. There's stuff in that show that doesn't check out, but it was just interesting how much of it wound up connecting back to today. And that was the kind of the main theme too, is JFK gets shot and immediately it's about communism. Not about like the fact that somebody killed JFK. It was about communism. I did say the screecher. That's my bad. The anti-socialist, anti-communist stuff doesn't work as well when you have the internet. Doesn't work as well when you look across the seas. And we have people here in this audience that live in Scandinavia, and occasionally they'll be like, "Oh, I'm just enjoying my 6 weeks of paid time off that I'm guaranteed every year. Just going to the doctor where I'm not going to have to pay a copay or a deductible. I'm just going to get treatment that I'm not going to have to pay for here. I'm just dropping my child off at daycare that I'm not going to have to pay for out of my pocket." And a lot of people look at that and they think, "Yeah, I could handle that. I'm tired of the surprises." That's one of the big problems with, I don't even know if we would call this capitalism, but our system. The overnight surprises of how quickly the price of things can just change overnight, and you have no control over that. And you can petition your government, but they don't really give a fuck. You can't really petition the companies that are raising the prices. And so a lot of people are looking at the stability of a more socialist system and saying, that doesn't sound so bad. Like, yeah, maybe the upside isn't as great, but I sure would like to have some sort of floor. Doesn't seem to be much of a floor in America. This is America. Nothing's free. Well, how much did you pay last time you called the police? Nothing's free. It's free at the transaction point, but of course it's paid for with tax money. All right, let's get going on this. I want to look at this. I just think this is important every time we see, anytime anybody from this administration talks about farming, I think immediately of J.D. Vance's company and Donald Trump's his gift to South African farmers and the over-corporatization of American farms. And while this administration stands up every single day and tells you that they're a friend to the American farmer while they sell you out, it's disheartening. It's crazy that these people can still be allowed to say the things that they say. Now they're unveiling what they call the National Farm Security Action Plan. So, of course, our farmers are struggling, and we bail out Argentina, and we allow China to buy soybeans from Argentina, while and undercut our farmers. So naturally, who's the boogeyman here? Not our government, not the tariffs. It's China. So their response to all of this, all of the farmers being decimated, is let's blame Chinese nationals.
Taking this purpose and our American farmland back. American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities in the very systems that sustain us.
Is that honestly what any of you are worried about? You think that's what American farmers are worried about right now? Is that Chinese nationals are buying up farmland? I don't think it really matters to them who the farmland's being bought up by. I think that I was watching videos last night. There was a farmer saying that this year he's going to lose $450,000. That's the cost of operating his farm this year. A net loss of $450,000. And he said, I'm fortunate because I'm massive. I can deal with 1 year like this. I can't deal with 2. And if it's hurting me, it's hurting everybody. A lot of farmers, they can't deal with operating at a loss for a single year. Well, yeah, why doesn't it? Yeah, can we find out if they're buying it through the JD Vance app? Why wouldn't they? Why is it any different? Why is this administration making it easier for Scott Bessent owns soybean farms. Why did Scott Bessent own soybean farms? Nobody cares about any of that. These farms dry up and they get bought out by corporate interests, and that's just so that these farmers, who some of them have had these farms in their family for generations, they just have to give up on passing that down because they can't afford to pay the bills, and they take a one-time buyout, and, well, I guess it's Scott Bessent's now.
Reshoring and nearshoring our food and agriculture supply chain is essential for our nation's security. In coordination with the White House, the Departments of Treasury, Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, as well as state governors, state agriculture commissioners, local, tribal, and territorial governments, today we announced the USDA's National Farm Security Action Plan. This plan includes 7 key action items, and there's a lot of people here that I want you to hear from, so I'm not going to go one by one, but just very quickly. It's on our website. The press has gotten a preview of it, and we can ask some questions once we finish the main program. But very quickly, and perhaps the most important, the first of the 7, is securing and protecting American farmland ownership.
How is that first and foremost? None of these farmers are asking for this. How is this the most important thing? Because of just pure xenophobia. I saw some MAGA in the chat today, but like, this is all they're doing to you. They're showing any problem that comes up, they just figure out a way to scapegoat somebody from another country or people from other countries. No accountability, no real, like, we're going to address this situation. It's just always, this is somebody else's problem. There's no way that the number one problem facing our farmers is the purchase of farmland by Chinese nationals. So why did she bring it up? Because most of the people watching this are not farmers. This message isn't for the farmers. It's for grandpa sitting there watching, retired grandpa watching Fox News or Right Side Broadcast Network and going, oh yeah, these farmers, they're complaining. It's the Chinese that are making it. I like farmers. I stand with the farmers, so I hate the Chinese. That's who this message is for, not for the farmers. There's not a single farmer that hears her and says, what's her name? Nicole, is it Rollins? Secretary Rollins? I don't remember if her name's Nicole or not. I think it's Rollins. But no farmer's seeing this and going, oh, thank God. Thank God you're fixing this for us.
Engaging at every level of government to take swift legislative and
Brooke Rollins, thank you.
Executive action to ban the purchase of American farmland by Chinese nationals and other foreign adversaries. Standing on the shoulders of great governors, 3 of whom are standing behind me, who have already been leading the way on this issue. And at the federal government level, working to do everything within our ability, including presidential authorities, to claw back what has already been purchased by China and other foreign adversaries.
So now they're going to take back this land from China, which I'm fine with, honestly. I don't really have a problem with that part of it. I don't think that we should be allowing foreign countries to come in and buy up our farmland. I'm opposed to that too. There's got to be a way to claw that back. But just remember that they would never claw back any wealth from an American citizen, because that's government overreach. Unless it's a Democrat. They'll probably claw back wealth from Democrats. They claw back some of it from NVIDIA, claw back some of it from Intel. Or I guess they're just getting some of it back. But they'll hand out money to billionaires all around the country. Take bribes from billionaires all over the place. But you notice how they have no problem seizing land? Where do you think that land's going to go? You think they're going to give that to American farmers? You think that those that are struggling are going to be handed a parcel of land? Do you think it's going to be opened up for them to bid, or will it be opened up to the highest bidder? Then you're going to have a bunch of JD Vance's friends go and buy this new land at a discounted price. I'm going to guess that it's a bunch of billionaires who get this, just a transfer of wealth from the rich Chinese nationals to the rich in our country, and once again subverting American farmers. You want to talk about local grown stuff? Why not sell it to local people? Why not take this land and provide a affordable lease for local farmers? Why not give them a really great price on a lease? I would love to go to the grocery store and buy something that was grown around me, whether it be meat or vegetables, fruit. I would love that. But that's not what they're going to do. You all know that's not what they're going to do. They stand up here and they say shit like this, and they leave out the part where they're going to give it all to corporate interests anyways. It's not going to make a fucking difference to you and I. There's no difference between a Chinese national and a massive corporation here owning this. None. They're still going to cut corners. They're still going to lobby the government to make sure that they can put pesticides and PFAS in our foods. They're still going to do all that shit. You're not going to have anything locally grown. It's still going to be full of chemicals. It makes no difference to you and I. It just makes a difference. It makes a difference to a bunch of xenophobic Fox News watchers who are like, "Oh, good, it's not from China. Now it'll be good."
Additionally, working with the Treasury of the Secretary of the Treasury, along with our Defense Department on memorandums to ensure that moving forward, there is a much more intentional look at who is buying what in this country and from where they are in the world.
Nothing. They're not doing anything for you. They're just trying to accumulate assets for their friends. And I get it. I think most of us probably agree that it's not the best thing in the world for Chinese nationals to be owning property here, especially we don't want China in control of our food. But I trust I trust the meat industry as much as I trust China when it comes to giving me quality food. Why would you trust one more than the other? They're all going to cut corners. Really hurting dogs in the community. It is. Does it hurt dogs? I'm not doubting you. I'm just trying to think of how that hurts dogs. Memory. Also weird that the military is involved there. The Pete Hegseth there. These guys are just a traveling pack. South Park did a great job with Pete Hegseth. I can't ever show those because they get us in trouble. But they're nailing Pete Hegseth and all these Republicans. They just walk around doing publicity stunts everywhere. That's all Pete Hegseth is. The selfie stick was chef's kiss. Where was that one? Illusion wants to remind us that Black Friday boycott lasts through tomorrow. Thank you, Illusion. And I'll remind all of you that we are crowdfunded, so anything you could do to help us knock out that gift goal would be greatly appreciated. The pay apps are below, and I'll read anything you say. You can also do super chats, and maybe someday TikTok will allow you to comment for that. TikTok, if you're listening, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea to let people gift with their words as well. Was that a xenophobic joke? Not sure. All right. Oh, I see. Oh, the dogs was a xenophobic joke? Okay. Yeah, that was a xenophobic joke. I get it now. All right. I want to move on to Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth's just simply a monster. I think we could do 20 straight episodes on Pete Hegseth of just what a monster he is. Maybe we will. Today's going to be a lot of Pete Hegseth before we get to some other stuff, but I think more than anything, it's important to remember that Pete Hegseth is also dumb. He's not a very intelligent person. He is a racist. He is an unabashed racist. He is an unabashed white supremacist. It sucks that we had to go through this during the confirmation hearings. Oh, those are it's just coincidence that he has white nationalist tattoos. Oh, it's just a coincidence that he said kill all the Muslims. Just a coincidence that everything that ever comes out of his mouth is white America great. It's just a coincidence that he spent the whole time as Secretary of Defense going after women and people of color and trying to erase history and making it easier for abusers to thrive in the military. It's just a coincidence that he suddenly changed our hair and grooming standards to specifically target black people. It's just a coincidence. He's not racist. It just looks like he's doing exactly what a racist would do. Not even top 5. Well, it might be top 5 now. Here's Representative Mike Turner, Republican Mike Turner. And Republicans now are going after Pete Hegseth. And Trump is going to throw Pete Hegseth under the bus. It's looking like Hegseth might be the first domino to fall in this administration. And Trump will absolutely bury him. But no worries, he can go get his weekend host job back at Fox News because they'll take anybody. But here's Mike Turner explaining the strikes. What now I think we all assumed, and from watching, we assumed that these strikes in Venezuela on these boats were illegal. You just watch them. These are all boats that we could have just intercepted. These are all boats that we could have gone and seen what was on the boat, intercept the people, detain the people. If they're trafficking drugs, they could have been arrested. We could have done all of that, but instead, we just murdered them. And in some cases, after blowing up the boat with the drugs, Pete Hegseth appears to have ordered a second strike to kill people swimming in the water. And this has gotten the attention of not just Democrats, but also Republicans.
The Washington Post is reporting that before the strike on the very first suspected drug boat in September, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered that everyone on board be killed. And then when 2 of the 11 people on board survived, a follow-on strike was ordered to finish them off in the water. Now, some law of war experts are saying that that was illegal, that killing people who are no longer able to fight is a war crime. What is your view, and what questions do you have for the Pentagon?
Congress does not have information that had occurred. Both the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, and ranking members have opened investigations. Obviously, if that occurred.
Both of these investigations have been opened by Republicans. So we're clear that both of those, the Armed Services Committee and the Oversight Committee, are both chaired by Republicans. It requires Republicans to open those investigations up. So this isn't like Democrats going after Pete Hegseth. These are Republicans saying, whoa. And again, like somebody wrote lethality. That's the point here, right? Pete Hegseth just thinks everybody should die. Just die. If you're doing something we don't like, or we suspect that you're doing something we don't like, you can die now. We are more lethal. Why not? Even just like from a common sense perspective, if these are drug traffickers and you have them, you're watching them, why not arrest them? Why not try and flip them? Why not try and infiltrate the drug trafficking? Why not see, like, Republicans are claiming that this is all Nicolas Maduro, that these are all trafficking regimes that are held up by Nicolas Maduro, or at least that he's working with them. Well, if that's the case, if you want to prove that Maduro is doing this, why are you killing all the witnesses? Those boats can't get to the United States. They're too far from the United States. They were heading other places. Why not intercept them? Why not detain those people? Why not arrest them? Why murder them? Unless you're trying to maybe perpetuate a lie to the American people. Maybe you don't want witnesses. Maybe you don't want these people to live and say, I was fishing. Or maybe you don't want them to live and say, yeah, I was delivering drugs to here, to this island. Who told you to do that? I have my own little operation. Maybe you don't want any of them to speak. Maybe you just want to be able to go to the American people and say, look, bad, dead, Venezuela. These dead people were directed by Maduro. Now we get to go into Venezuela. We've seen this all before. So I think it was interesting watching the JFK thing last night, because after JFK was assassinated, it led to a whole bunch of other stuff. It led to the American people turning on who? The communists. Who? Cuba. Suddenly, it wasn't really about JFK, right? It's about communism and the dangers of communism, the dangers of Cuba.
that would be very serious, and I agree that would be an illegal act. That is not the legal opinion or the information or the legal justification. The acts that have been described to Congress that are being undertaken in this, there are very serious concerns in Congress about the attacks on the so-called drug boats down in the Caribbean and the Pacific. And the legal justification has been provided, but this is completely outside of anything that has been discussed with Congress, and there is an ongoing investigation.
Yeah. So, bipartisan investigation. I think it's probably going to be the end of Hegseth, unless Trump just says "fuck it, I'm keeping him no matter what," which I guess could happen. But Republicans certainly are questioning what Hegseth's doing. For them to go not only open an investigation, but then to go out on national news and point out that this looks illegal tells me that Republicans are not happy with this either, which is it's crazy. For Republicans to come out and go after any member of the Trump administration, it takes an awful lot of evidence. Here's Greg Murphy, because now what Trump is saying and what the administration's saying and what they're trying to float now is that this is all Maduro. This is all Nicolas Maduro. If you remember from the first Trump administration, they went after Maduro the first time too. The reason that we have a bunch of Venezuelans in this country is because Donald Trump destabilized their economy, and then he gave them temporary protected status with an executive order on his way out the door. So if you're upset that there are Venezuelan nationals here who have protected status, these are people that you would call illegal immigrants. If you're upset with that, you should blame Trump, but you won't. But that is what happened. And Trump is, in his own words, said, one of my goals was to take out Maduro. We didn't quite get there. We didn't quite get to take out Maduro. So now we're back, and here we go to take out Maduro. The crux of their frustration with Maduro seems to revolve around Venezuela's decision to nationalize their oil. Venezuela had been in talks with the previous administration, and they had worked with, ConocoPhillips, and I think Shell, to drill and produce oil, produce oil, and then refined oil coming from Venezuela. It's kind of rough oil. I'll show you a Mr. Global video here in a minute, but it's not necessarily the cheapest oil, but it is available, or it was available. And then Maduro said, no, we're going to take this oil and we're going to nationalize it. And we're going to pay our bills with nationalized oil. And Trump got really, really pissed off about that. And so he started this war on Venezuela, said we're not going to buy oil from them anymore, was crippling their economy. And then Biden stepped in and said, we'll buy more of your oil if you agree to some of our sanctions. So Biden came in, negotiated a deal, and Trump was mad because Trump's plan from the beginning was to destroy Venezuela, to make them so broke that the people just turned on Maduro, and then Trump could install his own appointed leader. Trump could kind of handpick who took over after Maduro, and that person would be friendly to the oil companies. And the people of Venezuela, who had dealt with years and years and years of a crippled economy, would say, fine, Maduro's way didn't work, we'll do it this way. It's kind of what the United States does. If somebody doesn't capitulate, we just cripple their economy. It's standard, Republican foreign policy. But here is Greg Murphy, and it just trying to sell the American people now on this. Oh, we need to do regime change. Remember, Tulsi Gabbard is here because of regime change wars. She was anti-regime change. Trump was anti-regime change. All of these Republicans who were backing Trump were anti-regime change. Joe Rogan, that's what he liked about Trump. Oh, he doesn't like regime change. He's just like Tulsi. This is all about regime change. And now here we are 11 months in, and the Republicans are out there openly calling for a regime change war.
Venezuela. President Trump confirmed last night that he did speak with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Watch.
The New York Times reported that you had a phone call with Maduro. Did you?
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about it?
No, I can't do it.
First of all, it's a comment. You have a call? No comment. Yes. Remember that? It's like a Kanye West. Remember when he was talking about his doctor? He's like, I'm not going to say what race this doctor was. He was a Jew. It's the same thing.
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
And can you tell us a little bit
No,
about
I can't do that.
Mr. President, would you say it went well?
I wouldn't say it went well or badly. It was a phone call.
So the Miami Herald is reporting that the president gave Maduro this ultimatum as the U.S. weighs land operations in Venezuela. Here's what they write. The U.S. message to Maduro direct. Safe passage would be guaranteed for him, his wife, and his son only if he agrees to resign right away. Now, Venezuela, they've come out and condemned President Trump's statement that the airspace should be considered closed. But what is your reaction to all of this right now?
Yeah, he's an illegally elected dictator that has ruined the country of Venezuela. If you look at Venezuela,
I don't know where they're getting that. He was elected. How could you be illegally elected? I don't think they've shown proof of that. Remember, they said the same thing about Bolsonaro in Brazil. Oh, my gifting on TikTok just got suspended. Thanks, TikTok. Everywhere Trump goes, when he loses like a loyalist, and all these countries are kind of rejecting Trump loyalists because they don't want to be like the stomping grounds for the U.S. because the U.S. won't take care of them. So in South America, a lot of these countries are rejecting the Trump aligned candidates. Bolsonaro now is going to prison for I think like 30 years. We do this all the time. We just claim that they weren't lawfully elected. Same way they did with Biden. I think most people outside of MAGA dipshittery are aware now that this is the game plan. Just always say that every election that doesn't go your way was stolen, and it's getting old. Like, you can't keep running the same game plan. It worked once, and it still works on dipshits here. But like, there's one. There we go. Grandy's Garden. Yeah, dude, you've said that same thing a million times. You keep misspelling it too. Everybody sees the game plan over and over and over again. They voted for him. Maduro's not a good guy. Maduro's not a great leader, but I don't know how the fuck Maduro is supposed to succeed with the United States intervening the way that they have. People blame Maduro for the collapse in Venezuela, but how do you blame a president who comes in and just refuses to bend to the United States and the United States wipes out 50% of their economy overnight? What leader could effectively navigate that in a way where people didn't lose their livelihood? How's that even possible? You nationalize oil, which is supposed to pay your bills, and then the people who buy most of your oil suddenly won't buy your oil anymore. Like 50% of your economy just obliterated overnight. There was no shot there. And Republicans are dumb enough that they'll convince their voters, oh, look at the Venezuelan economy under Maduro. See, this guy's a criminal. He is. I think that he's a bad guy. He's a kind of a corrupt leader. But blaming the economy on him after Trump just decimated them. And then Biden handed them a bit of a lifeline, and they were recovering, and they were following through on their agreements. That's a better way to do business, if you ask me, but not with Trump.
Was the gem of South America not 15 years ago, and now it's turned into an absolute debacle. That's the definition of socialism. I wish some of our Democratic colleagues would understand that.
Rich, I would dare you to tell me what you said. Maduro. You don't even have his Maduro. It's Maduro. You don't even know his fucking name. He was doing all kinds of nonsense way before Trump got back in office. I just said that. I don't know what you're listening to. Yes, Maduro's not a great leader. No, Maduro's not a great guy. Yes, Maduro does illegal things. No, we shouldn't do regime change wars. Our president does illegal things. He's doing it right now. I can't think of, like, most presidents are accused of doing illegal things. That doesn't mean we go in and we take over their country. Well, but Trump said to, so I just think that we should.
And you look, there is precedent for America going in and removing dictators. We did it in 1990 with Manuel Ortega in Panama.
Wrong
this
thing
fellow
to do.
had a bounty on his head during the first Trump administration. The Biden administration increased the bounty, and now Trump, too, has increased the bounty again. This man is no good for the Western Hemisphere and needs to be removed.
So I went through and I looked at that. There's an indictment, again, not a conviction, but an indictment against Maduro for drug trafficking. Maybe we'll go over it tomorrow. All I can tell you is this. I don't know. I don't live in Venezuela. I don't have access to what he's doing. All I can tell you is the indictment is really fucking weak. The indictment is basically just like, there's drugs that sometimes make their way from Venezuela to the United States, and Maduro doesn't stop it. Therefore, Maduro's a drug trafficker. That's basically the entire indictment. And I think it's less than 5% of the drugs that get here come from Maduro. And in the indictment itself, you can go read it yourself. They don't talk about fentanyl. Remember, this is a war about fentanyl. It's about cocaine. He's been linked to. I don't think he has been linked to multiple kilos of coke and fentanyl. Coke, yeah, they don't even mention fentanyl. John Gotti too. Go read I read the indictment. And the link is weak. I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I am saying that the evidence that they presented for that indictment is very, very weak. But it's not fentanyl. Fentanyl is mostly coming, starting in China and coming in through our southern border. Trump's gun running makes it. That's true. So
We do have certain.
anyways, that's the plan now. We got to do some favors for the oil companies, so we're going to fake this whole war. And by the way, who else benefits from this? Let's talk about who benefits and who doesn't benefit from this. Who benefits? The oil companies. Who else benefits? Military contractors. Who else benefits? The military in general, because they'll be seen as heroes. Who's paying Donald Trump a bunch of money? Military contractors? Palantir's going to do all right on this. Northrop Grumman's going to do well on this. Boeing's probably going to do well on this. All of Trump's donors are going to make a lot of money. What are you going to get out of this? Where's the Republicans here? What are you going to get out of this? I don't think it's what you think it is. Here's Representative Salazar, who has been insanely honest about what the Republicans' plan is. Here she is on Fox News, just giving the game away. Here's what we're doing.
President, she says, no, you cannot run. Politically speaking, according to this law, that other law.
They said you had corruption charges.
Whatever. And then she says, okay, no problem. I'm not running as president. Let me put this nice gentleman in Mundo Gonzalez.
How long before this happens? What is your prediction? Before Christmas?
Imminent, because
we're on the verge. You're saying within days we're going to see something happen.
Because this is what we did with Iran, that we gave ample notice to the commercial airlines. Do not overfly the Venezuela. That's exactly what the president has done. And now this is not going to be hard. 80% of the Venezuelans voted for the opposition. You have 8 million Venezuelans.
Yeah. Let's just fact check that. I probably should have done this before. Did 80% of Venezuelans vote against Maduro? I don't know who the opposition was. I can't remember. There's a disputed vote here. From the BBC, the president, Nicolas Maduro, has won Venezuela presidential election according to partial results announced by the Electoral Council. The head of Elvis Amoroso, who's a close ally of Maduro, said that with 80% of ballots counted, President Maduro had 51% compared to 44%. It said its candidate, Venezuelan opposition dismissed the announcement as fraudulent and promised to challenge the result. It said its candidate, Gonzalez, had won 70% of the vote. Okay, so this is the same thing Trump did. Yeah, well, actually, we won. It was rigged. This works on MAGA because you guys have already decided that every election that doesn't go your way couldn't possibly be legitimate. Opinion polls conducted ahead of the election suggested Gonzalez would roundly defeat the president. I don't know what those polls are. There's no link there. No link in this entire. Not one link. Jesus, who wrote this? I don't know who Vanessa Buschluter is, but not one link for any of her claims. Yeah, that's usually a good sign that they're not citing good information when you don't post any of your links. All right, so she's saying 80%, they're saying 70%. That's pretty on brand too of MAGA to just make up a new number that's bigger.
In exile. We're talking about the largest reserves of oil in the world that will be doing business with the American oil companies. And that is something that I have made very sure that they understand. American companies in Venezuela for the next 100 years.
All right. Well, you heard it. It's imminent in just days. Congresswoman Maria Salazar.
Thank God for small favors and for President Trump.
Yeah, thank God we get to do this regime change war. Now, here's what it's going to get you. Here's Mr. Global, who we love. Shout out Mr. Global if you're here. Sometimes he is. We've had him on before. Maybe we'll get him on again sometime soon. Let me just do this. Responding to this same person here, Salazar.
Not understand why we need to go in. Venezuela for the American oil companies will be a field day because it will be more than $1 trillion in economic activity. American companies can go in and fix all the oil pipe, the whole oil rigs, and everything that has to do with the Venezuela.
Well, she's just saying it. They're just saying we're doing regime change war. This is what we campaigned on. This is what we blamed. This is what we criticized the Bush administration for. This is what we criticized Obama for. We don't do regime change war. It's America first. America first. Never mind. We're going to Venezuela, and we're going to help out our oil companies. How in the fuck would any of you, before I play this video, the Republicans that are in here, how do you think you're going to benefit from this? Do you think you're going to get cheaper oil? Because I don't think you're going to get cheaper oil. Either does Mr. Global. Either do any experts that I've researched. This isn't my area of expertise, so I'm glad to have Mr. Global here. You can go check his numbers all you want. I don't see anybody who says this is a benefit to anybody but the oil companies. In fact, if we start using Venezuelan oil, it's going to raise our prices.
Aside the fact that the Congresswoman is admitting that they want to go into Venezuela just for the oil. Also, another perfect example of this administration and this government that we have here in the United States knowing absolutely nothing about oil or energy or any of it. The extent of their knowledge of oil in Venezuela is...
All right, good, Patrick. Now listen to this about lower gas prices. I appreciate you answering that, Patrick. Good to have you back. Listen to Mr. Global now about your lower gas prices.
That Venezuela has a lot of oil. Yeah. The fact that it's some of the most expensive oil in the world to produce and is very cost prohibitive is just not something they understand. Especially considering the fact that they're desperately trying to get oil to $40 a barrel so they can completely destroy the U.S. oil and gas industry. So Donald Trump can get even richer with his Saudi friends from OPEC. If we take Venezuela, there's not going to be some gold rush headed to Venezuela to get the oil. That's not a thing. If you need $60 oil in the U.S. to break even, probably looking at 90 to 100 to break even in Venezuela. Yeah.
He's talking about the cost per barrel, right? So in order for U.S. oil companies to break even in their process of drilling and then refining oil, they need to sell oil at $60 a barrel or more to make money. $60 their break-even point. Anything over that, obviously, is going to be profit. With Venezuela, oh, there we go. Goodbye, TikTok. Jesus Christ. TikTok wants nothing to do with me. We just lost TikTok. Venezuelan oil is going to be $100 to refine. So how's your price going to go down? How's that going to happen? I don't think it is.
Thanks.
The Denmark is deporting immigrants. Everybody deports immigrants. But I'm glad you're here. It's good to know that we've got some of you Nazis in the chat here because we're going to expose how you guys are Nazis. First, I wanted to start off with the obvious answer here when it comes to... oh, Jen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
So, yeah, everybody, we know TikTok went down. I submitted an appeal. We'll see what happens. But I just want to hop in real quick. There is on YouTube, Granny, I'm calling you specifically out. You have a whole lot to say, saying that no one can debate, no one can have these conversations. I'm telling you to message me on Discord. So Grandy Garden 175. The Venmo username is my Discord username. If you want to come up and have a conversation and say the things that you think that you know everything about, that's how you do it. If not, I'm just going to time you out because you're getting on my nerves. So people respond to you directly. But that's how this goes, is you DM me on Discord, and that's how you come up. Other than that, but yeah, since we'll see what happens with TikTok and if that comes back. But the gift goal is a little short. If we could get on that, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all go towards knocking down that gift goal. Subscribe if you haven't already to join us for the movie night later on tonight, and check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We got merch, Jay's on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify. You want to hear my favorite poem of all time?
I do.
I dug, you dug, she dug, he dug, we all dig. It might not mean anything, but it's deep.
That was tough. Thank you. All right. want to move on to what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. This is gonna bring out the response of Russia. But Steve Witkoff is Paul Manafort. In the first Trump administration, they had Paul Manafort, who was absolutely owned by the Russians. If you don't believe that, you can just go look at the history of Paul Manafort. Before Paul Manafort worked for the Trump administration, he worked for Russia, and his job was to sow discord in Ukraine. His job was to go out into the Donbass region. He was trying to get a pro-Russian movement in Ukraine. That's what he did. When they lost, and after Putin invaded Crimea, he had to run out, and he went to Russia. Now, Manafort you can't really bring around anymore because Manafort pled guilty. So who would you bring in to replace Paul Manafort? Another businessman who does a lot of business and has done business with Russia for decades. In the same way that Donald Trump's business was propped up by Russian oligarchs and the Russian mob in the 80s and 90s, so was Steve Witkoff. They ran in the same circles and they did the same things. Steve Witkoff sold a lot of real estate, but instead of residential real estate, it was commercial real estate to Russian oligarchs. So Steve Witkoff's connection to Russia, and the reason he's negotiating this deal is because Steve Witkoff is essentially, like, whether you call him a Russian agent or not, he's friendly to them, he's done business with them, and he has interests with Russia. He has none with Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't really want to deal with him, and they don't have the same level of corruption that Russia does. It's not really beneficial for him to work with Ukraine. Other than that, Steve Witkoff, there's no fucking reason for him to be in the room. In the room also is Jared Kushner, who was an absolute nobody. And then he worked for the Trump administration, and now he left, and he's so conflicted, and he has so many conflicts of interest that he cannot get clearance. He cannot get security clearance. So they just put him out there anyways, without security clearance. This is somebody who has conflicts of interest, not only in Russia, but in Israel and across the Middle East. And they keep bringing in these two people with massive conflicts of interest to negotiate all these deals. Now, I don't think that they're actually doing this necessarily on behalf of Trump. You had leaked calls from Witkoff that we'll get to in a minute, where he was instructing Russians how to talk to Trump. And he was basically saying, this guy's a fucking toddler. All you have to do to get him to do things your way is tell him how great he is. Tell him he loves peace. Tell him he's stopping all these wars. And as soon as you tell him the things that he wants to hear, he'll eat out of your hand. If you don't believe me, go watch Mamdani, who obviously knew the same thing. All I got to do is tell Trump that, the people who voted for me also voted for him, and that he cares about affordability in New York, just like me. And the reason the people voted for him in New York is the same reason they voted for me. And I learned that from Trump, that if I talked about affordability, I would do well in New York. And Trump's like, I love this Mamdani guy. You could call me a fascist here. That's fine. Everybody knows that's how you handle Donald Trump. You feed his ego. And we'll get to that in a minute here with some video from Drop Site News. But I wanted to show this first. This is Republican Mike Turner, who is very concerned. Again, more investigations being opened up by the Republicans against this administration because they can't figure out how the fuck we're on the side of Russia all of a sudden. And it seems to be because of Steve Witkoff, who has all these business dealings in Russia, and a president who also has a bunch of dealings in Russia, and a media apparatus where Tucker Carlson, we covered this on Friday, but Tucker Carlson goes and interviews Vladimir Putin, and then he's on with, what's that idiot's name? Piers Morgan. He's on with Piers Morgan, and he's repeating Russian propaganda that Britain chose to enter World War II, and that Hitler never threatened him. He just learns shit from Russia and he repeats it. And Republicans who actually work on intel are really concerned about this because Russia is not somebody you should trust. This is a country that interferes with elections, with business. They bribe our politicians. They kill their own enemies. They're the reason we have the Magnitsky Act. They are not an honest actor, and Vladimir Putin is not an honest opponent. And so even Republicans now are like, Jesus, what is going on? Lee said gas prices go down in the fall due to change from summer blend. That's true. Dragon said calling out Grandies for running away from debating me too. Take that, Grandies. I know none of you have Discord, so you have to be in the comment section. If we had a phone number, you'd be like, oh, I'm out of minutes. If we were in your living room, you'd say, I got to take a shit. There's nothing we can do to convince you to actually debate because you're trolls, and you know that. And I think most of you are likely paid to be here. Anyways, here is Mike Turner from Ohio, Republican, offering the same concerns that most of us have.
Negotiators is meeting right now in Miami with Secretary of State Marco.
So, see, that's it. Zelensky started the war. By what? Existing? Russia invaded Ukraine. Yeah, it was Ukraine's fault. It was Ukraine's fault that Russia invaded.
Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, what's your understanding of where the negotiations stand right now? There were concerns initially that the White House plan was too pro-Russia. Do you still have those concerns?
Well, I think we all have those concerns. The president's goal of peace is incredibly important, and we saw today with Secretary Rubio his statement of we have to have a strong and sovereign Ukraine, and that's everyone's goal, and certainly a prosperous Ukraine. And we saw the Ukrainian representative there who is committed, and we certainly think, and I think everyone thinks that President Zelensky is committed to peace. But one thing that I think everybody understands is that you can't be America first and pro-Russia. Because Russia is a self-declared adversary of the United States. It's fielding new advanced nuclear weapons that are specifically targeting the United States.
Ask yourself why all of these Republicans in the chat are so pro-Russia. They're either bots or they're too dumb to figure out that they're being played. But Russia has had a stated goal to take down the United States for years, and it wasn't through military intervention. It was through this, exactly what you're seeing in the chat right now. It was to sow discord in everything that we did, to cause division with everything that we do. It is remarkable that the same people who fight against Mamdani and are scared of socialism, and which was based on this Red Scare, now you guys are all fans of Russia? Now Ukraine is the problem? How in the world does that happen? Russia happened. That's how. This is all by design. You're playing the part that Russia needed you to play. They desperately needed Americans to become more Russia friendly. So what did they do? They worked on MAGA over and over and over again. And they started paying MAGA influencers like Benny Johnson and Tim Pool. And they worked openly with Trump's campaign in 2016 to spread misinformation. And slowly, they paid Tucker Carlson to come out there and do a puff piece on Vladimir Putin. And, oh, look how nice Moscow is. Oh, it's law and order over here. And just slowly but surely, your party became the pro-Russia party. And none of you really figured out what happened. They tell you that Ukraine is corrupt. They tell you they tied that to Joe Biden. Oh, Ukraine, Joe Biden. Therefore, now I'm against Ukraine. Russia, Russia, Russia. Suddenly, Russia became like this. It was this unfairly critiqued good guy. That was all by design. You can go back and you can look at Russian propaganda. You can look at intercepted intelligence that we had. This has always been their plan. You are not free thinkers. You are followers. And you're following their plan. And all they had to do was find people in America who were willing to do literally anything for money, which is all of your content creators. Every fucking one of them. Name one of your big content creators who refuses to take corporate money, who refuses to take dark money. None. They all take dark money. The biggest ones you have all took Russian money. No, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Steve Bannon, while he was running Trump's campaign, is openly working with Russia. Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign manager, openly working with Russia, pled guilty to working with Russia. No, that's a hoax. Everything's a hoax. You got to figure it the fuck out, Republicans. They found the dumbest ones. And that was always their plan. Find people who are gullible and susceptible to propaganda and get them to turn on their own people in favor of Russia. And here we are in the chat. It looks like they found the idiots.
Constantly attacking the United States with offensive cyber. It continuously identifies both NATO and the West, the United States, as its adversary. So in this, and of course, when it identifies Ukraine as its adversary, it does so in identifying the West and the United States as its adversary. You have to understand that the balance of this peace arrangement has to be one where you have to look at Russia as a skeptical adversary.
Yeah. Too many people in America are looking at Russia like their friend, like the good guy. Oh, we spend too much money on Ukraine. But we'll spend money elsewhere. We'll go into Venezuela, no problem. No problem for that. Why did Biden trade a nuclear arms dealer for a basketball player? I don't think it was nuclear arms. I think it was an arms dealer. Good question. You could ask Joe Biden. I don't know. But what? Is there any part of you that recognizes that in America, we arrest people for being an arms dealer? And in Russia, you arrest people for having weed? And you still think that Russia's the good guys? That, like, just ask yourself again. I don't know. You can criticize Joe Biden all you want. That's fine. We're no fans of Joe Biden over here. But it still is. Russia is still arresting people for weed, for a pen, throwing them like in jail for a weed pen. Ask yourself that, and also ask yourself why it is that Russians pay women basketball players more than we do in the United States of America. How does that happen? That's a real sad thing. Why did women's basketball players have to go over there? They can't make enough money here. So they had to go play in Russia. Literally, at the time, she was one of the top 3 or 4 women's basketball players in the country, and she couldn't make it on a salary here. She had to go to Russia. But Russia's the good guy in that, right? Yeah, Biden's bad because Biden made this trade. Fine, Biden's bad. What, Putin's not? Putin's a good guy? The last time Putin had an election, he literally murdered his opponent. He's dead. We're just not going to discuss that he murders his political opponents. Yeah, well, Ukraine doesn't like Trump. Zelensky wore a T-shirt. This is a evil dictator, and you guys want to be on that team. But I don't think you do. I think you just do what you're told. I think you just follow orders. Right now, we're criticizing Trump for this, so you're going to take the opposite. Like, I don't think there's a position that we could take on Trump that you wouldn't just take the opposite, no matter what it was. Like, if Trump was now saying, there's too many people in America, we have to kill all the babies under the age of 3. Any of you who don't have a child under the age of 3, you'd be like, actually, that does kind of make sense, you know? We probably want to do that. We probably want to do that. I'm against babies now. They won't remember. Shouldn't have had a kid. If you don't like it, you should leave. Why are you criticizing this country? Why do you hate America? Still can't listen on a closed stream on YouTube. You have to have YouTube Premium to listen on a closed stream on YouTube. It's their fault. They're buttholes. Kristi, thank you for joining the Dollar Train. Appreciate you very much. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. Anything you could do to help us knock out that gift goal by the end of the live would be greatly appreciated. And then as a reminder, tonight we have our movie night, which we'll watch in the Discord. So if you're a paid subscriber on YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch, you can watch that with us. We are going to watch The Brainwashing of My Dad. About halfway through, I'll show the trailer again, and we'll show it one more time at the end, but it's going to be a good night. I want to get over to this to drop site news. Some serious drama. I referenced this call a few minutes ago, but there were leaked messages or transcripts of a call from Steve Witkoff with his Russian counterpart. These are being leaked for a reason. If you read these just like on their own, I don't think the everyday person is going. In fact, when I read them at first, I was like, I don't know how big of a deal this is. Until you dig a little bit deeper. And thanks for Dropsite News for this clip. They always dig a little bit deeper. But somebody in intelligence is leaking these. Somebody in this administration is leaking this. And the reason that they're leaking it is because what Steve Witkoff clearly is doing the bidding of Russia, and he's telling them how to subvert what the Americans want, and he's telling them how to get Trump on their side. He's literally giving them instruction. Here's how you get Trump on your side. And it's not like make a good argument. It's literally tell him how great he is, and he will be on your side.
Going on with the Ukraine Russian negotiations.
That's right.
Sort of have a deal, not exactly have a deal. There's some dispute over that. But it appears like somebody's trying to sabotage it by leaking phone calls of Russia's foreign minister. The implication from Russians, and I think from anybody who's kind of following it objectively, is that either the Ukrainians or the two groups here would be tapping the Russian foreign minister's phone. It'd be Ukraine or it'd be the United States or the Europeans, actually. So there's potentially three groups, actually. The assumption is that Ukraine is doing this and leaking it. But I think it's just as possible that some European, intel agency is doing this.
Totally.
If you want
or the U.S. I mean, Glenn already made the comparison, but it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, given what happened to Michael Flynn during the Trump 1.0 transition with Sergei Lavrov when that entire situation popped. So I don't think it's out of the question
there
that
could be some element within the U.S. that wants to undermine Witkoff, and that's also possible. There's a lot of.
I think it's within the U.S. I think that obviously the European allies, which again our allies, they're like, hey, why are you siding with the country that wants to go into Poland next? Why are you because basically what this deal says to Vladimir Putin is, good job on your war. Here's some of the land that you captured. You can keep it. And actually, here's some extra land that you wanted to capture that you weren't able to capture. We'll give you that as well, and then we'll get peace. But we've done this before. This appeasement doesn't work with Putin because we did this same exact thing when he took Crimea. We said, all right, fine, you took Crimea. You can keep Crimea. But you'll stop now. And he's like, yeah, for sure, I'm going to stop, guys. For sure, I'm going to stop. And then just a few years later, here comes Vladimir Putin again. He wants to go to Poland. He wants to recapture what's his. He still views World War II as and the breakup, the subsequent breakup of the Soviet Union as thievery. He thinks that the world stole this from them, and he wants to get it all back. He's not going to stop. But what he has learned is that at least this version of Republicans will work with him. Mostly because they're pussies, I think. I think that's mostly what it is. They don't want to stand strong. But then there's the other part where they pay enough people, and those people are like, I don't really care that much about Europe. Thanks for the money. We'll just appease you.
A lot of fingerprints could be on this knife. That's for sure. And not to say that Russia doesn't do this as well. They famously, we presume it was them that got this incredible audio of Victoria Nuland during the 20.
Poland was not, good question. Poland was not part of the USSR, but it was controlled by the USSR. So it, for all intents and purposes, on a map, no, but effectively, yes, it was part of the USSR.
14 Maidan coup, where she basically says F the EU. We're putting our guy in. It was really.
I like that one, Idella. I appreciate you said thanks, Obama. That's true. The Crimea thing happened under Obama, but now Trump's doing the same thing. So if you're going to be critical of Obama for Crimea, then you have to also be critical of Trump here, right? No, why? Well, because it's Trump. He's doing 5D chess. That's why. Yeah, we should have learned from the mistake Obama made with appeasing Russia. We should have learned, but apparently we didn't learn. We're just going to let him keep doing his thing.
Kind of blunt talk where you're like, whoa.
We'll do it live.
This is the gloves off U.S. approach behind the scenes. This is what you hear about, but you never actually hear directly. So everybody's tapping everybody here. So what the Russian foreign minister and Witkoff are talking about, it happens right before Zelensky's coming to the White House. And Witkoff is like, look, I really think it'd be a good idea if your boss Putin called Trump before this meeting. And the guy's like, oh, before? Really? He's like, yes, you should do this before. And at that meeting, Trump was prepared to greenlight a bunch of Tomahawks. And because Trump was getting increasing.
Why do you think Witkoff is trying to preempt this meeting with Zelensky? Why is he trying to get the Russians to work before? Because he doesn't want what Zelensky wants, right? Well, why would Witkoff not want what Zelensky wants, which is to protect his own country? What possible reason could Steve Witkoff have for making this call? I'll open it up to the comments here for a second. I would love to hear that. I think this is the part that a lot of these people are going to have to come in and they're going to have to answer for this. But why in the world would Steve Witkoff be running interference for Russia before a meeting with Ukraine? Why does he want Trump going into that meeting with Ukraine to first have a conversation with Russia? I don't know the answer, but Does anybody? Could you give me a better answer than Steve Witkoff just as a Russian shill? Why in the world is he doing that? Why wouldn't Trump just have that meeting and then call, like the plan was, have this meeting, and then he would have a meeting after with Putin and say, here's what Zelensky wants, here's where I'm at, let's have this meeting. Why would you want to poison the well before that? Unless you're doing the bidding of Russia.
Really frustrated with Putin. Like, why won't this guy just do a peace deal? You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to give Zelensky whatever he wants and see how that goes. So
Corvette Girl Robin said, what does Donald Trump and a hand job have in common? They both go off in spurts and leave a mess to clean up. Thank you. Except for these incels in here. You know, they're shooting out dust at this point. Every time they see a Nick Fuentes video, they finish.
Cuff seems to be trying to stave that off and say, no. Have your guy call and stop with the details. He's like, you and I understand what the details are going to be. He says Donetsk, some type of agreement around, some type of security agreement. But don't get into the details. Just talk in hopeful terms and call Trump a man of peace and say that we all want peace. And the guy's like, okay, man of peace. We'll do man of peace. I'll have Putin call. So Putin calls.
It's a fluffer. You call that a fluffer. Tell Trump how much you like him so that when your enemy comes in here, he's like, but I already like them. They said so many nice things about me. You'll notice that like Zelensky has had to change up what he's doing. Like he really has to come in and heap praise on Trump because he knows that's what you have to do. You have to praise this guy. You have to give him gifts. You have to tell him how great of a leader he is, how he's creating world peace, and how he's the only one that can make this possible. He's such a fucking egomaniac. Burnout Medic said, I hope you and Jen had a good Thanksgiving. Thank you. I did. Jamar said, I know a few people who wouldn't mind 4 or 5 Ds on their chest. Oh, wait, you're talking about chest. My bad.
And they do a 2.5-hour call before this Zelensky meeting. And then Trump goes into the Zelensky meeting. He's like, I talked to Putin. He said, I'm a man of peace. He said, I think he really wants peace. So we're going to hold off on these long-range missiles. Here's the transcript. Should we do the Russian accent and do a dramatic reading of it?
I think you should definitely do that.
How's your Lavrov? No, it's not Lavrov. What's his name? Lavrov's the other guy.
There's so many of them.
Yuri or Yurovov. What's it? The whole thing is worth reading. I would go and check it out. And then out of that, Witkoff gets a lot more room to negotiate.
Right.
And he says basically he's having Putin kind of do his own work for him. He's like, tell Putin to tell Trump that you want Steve to be able to cook. Let Steve cook. It's like
let Steve cook.
It's kind of a.
How do you say that in Russian?
And he says to think about how Steve cooked in Gaza with that 18-point plan or the 21-point plan. It's like, let's do a similar thing between you guys. He's like, but don't talk about the points. What the points are. Just that it's a pointed thing.
Mm-hmm. And don't get Trump tied up in details. Don't tell him what the plan is because he's going to check out. Just tell him that there are points. He'll remember that there's points. So give him a 28-point plan. Don't tell him fucking anything because even if he tries to repeat it, he's going to fuck this up. So no details. Just tell him there's a plan, and then reminder: tell him how great he is, and he's on your side.
Steve Witkoff knows his man.
Mm-hmm.
Like he knows. Everybody thinks they know Trump because Trump he is who he is. But Witkoff really knows Trump.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's right.
And what it does seem to have worked. So then what? So we got a 24-point plan that was very friendly to Russia. So it's funny how this goes. So they're like, the Russians are skeptical. They're like, well, wait a minute. If we propose doing a point plan.
Real quick, Kushner's not a good negotiator, James Joseph. He did make his money sitting at home. He literally made his fortune sitting at home. He's a terrible businessman, and he was fucked. And then he worked for the Trump administration where they had the Abraham Accords, which negotiates nothing. It just is like all these countries agreeing that they'll invest in each other's companies. And then he left the government and he got $2 billion. He literally made his money sitting at home and got $2 billion. By the way, his cut of that, I think he gets like $100 million a year on his fee for managing that $2 billion. And last I checked, which was like 2 or 3 months ago, so it could be new, he hadn't invested a single dollar. He's literally making hundreds of millions of dollars for doing absolutely fuck all. He's doing fucking nothing for his money. When he did do stuff, he sucked at it. He was a bad businessman. He made what some regard as the worst real estate deal in the history of New York, where he significantly overpaid for a property, didn't factor in the renovations nor the amount they were going to be able to rent it out, and it bankrupted his family's company. Jared Kushner is neither a good negotiator nor a good businessman. He just has a corrupt father-in-law who gives him deals, and they know that he acts as a conduit to get to Donald Trump. He literally makes his money from sitting on his ass. They pay him to shut the fuck up. Just give us access to your dad, okay? Here's $2 billion. Here's $100 million a year. Don't invest our money, though. We're going to give it to you. We're going to call it an investment portfolio. Do not invest it because you don't know what you're doing, because he's never been an investor. This is the first time he's run a portfolio, and they literally tell him, do not invest our money. You can take your fee every year for that money sitting there, but do not fucking invest it because you will lose it. And you're in here like, oh, he's a great negotiator. He has money, therefore must be smart. Just look him up, dude. He's not good at this.
And then if we put the plan together, they're going to then just kind of change it and then accept it and say we have a deal. Like that's what the Russians are worried about, because they were watching the extremely bad faith negotiations go on in Gaza, where Hamas would like get a 18-point plan, they'd accept it all, except for like one tweak, and then they would say, oh, now this is a Hamas plan, and and Hamas won't even accept it. Like the whole thing, it was just completely incoherent, start to finish. Like Witkoff would present a plan, and then Witkoff himself would reject it after Hamas would accept it, or they would claim that somebody accepts something. It was just bad faith all around.
Weird. Witkoff has business dealings with Israel and intervenes and makes sure that Israel gets the deal that they want. And then now he's got business dealings in Russia, and he's negotiating that, and he's back channeling with Trump to make sure that no matter what's said, it's going to favor the people who give him a bunch of money. Oh, that's weird. Nothing to see here, though.
And so I think Russians were nervous about getting caught in that. So they say, well, let's do this informally. This is not our plan.
This is George Washington's economy.
Really, so they put together the points. The U.S. tweaked them. It was very friendly to Russia, included giving up territory in the east that they don't even occupy yet, and included, not allowing.
Great, get rid of Nancy Pelosi and Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump and Jared Kushner. I'm with you there. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi probably did insider trading. We're not fans of Nancy Pelosi here. But the difference between us and you is that we want her gone and all of your corrupt people gone. You only want corrupt people gone from the left.
European forces in Ukraine, not allowing NATO, etc. And then sounds like from the reporting that Rubio and
real quick, guys, just me said the host is mad. All of them have money and he never will. Whatever you do, don't prove them wrong. Okay, don't prove them wrong. Make sure I get absolutely no money for just me. -TI1RH. Very original username.
Got involved and took out a lot of those provisions. Now it's down to like an 18-point plan. And but now it looks like they might reject it.
Well, I was going to say, you're actually the perfect person, given Dropsite's very detailed reporting on the TikTok back and forth with the Gaza peace plan, which was also heavily being negotiated by Steve Witkoff, of course. And then Rubio would sort of dip in, Trump would sort of dip in. And I think we're seeing a European struggle over that process, to be honest, because, of course, if you're...
Marianne, I said don't do that. Don't do that.
This is the thing with the neocons absolutely losing their mind over the transcript of the call, especially some of them, like I'm thinking Republican congressmen who are losing their minds over the transcript of the call. It's like you are licking Trump's boots. And Steve Witkoff does exactly what Trump does, and you lose your minds because it's coming from Steve Witkoff and not Donald Trump himself. When Donald Trump does it, you'll say, oh, he's a great leader. But when Steve Witkoff does it, he is, verging on traitorous and is a Kremlin stooge. But I actually think if you don't include, for example, as you mentioned, Ryan, that plan that looked very friendly to Russia because it had territory that hasn't yet actually been occupied by Russia.
How do you explain that as Republicans? How do you explain that part of the plan that Witkoff is pushing gives Russia land that they haven't conquered, right? Like Trump said, well, they took this land. They're not going to give it back. What do we want? The war to keep? So Witkoff's like, I'll throw in some extra land for you. Not his land, by the way, Ukraine's land. And he's just negotiating. Yeah, fuck it. You can have some of this land too. How do you explain that?
I'm curious if there are parallels in the Gaza plan, because that's how a negotiation goes. You put forward a proposal where there are things that you're going to take out as the negotiation is going back and forth. And so to me, it's not necessarily surprising or reflective of anyone trying to do Putin's bidding so much as it is there are leaks of a peace process that is absolutely messy, and people are either taking this private information that's becoming public and treating it like the final word when it's just a little snippet from this broader process, or they have bad intentions anyway and trying to sabotage anything that Donald Trump might do for peace because it would end up giving up parts of Donbass, which they want Ukraine to fight for every last.
That's a good idea. What if we just give Russia half of Texas? That's a good idea.
Ukrainian man to keep.
And I understand why people are upset at Witkoff, because if you think that giving Ukraine Tomahawks and permission to fire much deeper into Russia was going to give them leverage that was going to then lead to
Damn, just me as a spineless coward have some money. God damn, just me. I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't take that.
better deal for Ukraine, then from that perspective, Witkoff has undermined Ukraine in the negotiations and deprived them of that leverage. But if you're somebody like Witkoff who thinks that it's futile, that no matter how many Tomahawks you give to Ukraine, no matter how many they strike in Russia, the math is just not going to work out in Ukraine's favor.
Right.
Then you're actually helping Ukraine get out of this faster.
That's a good point, Johnny Mac. Russia does already have half of DC. It's a good point. We better not give them Texas. Good point.
They would otherwise. So I get why people are like, this is Witkoff undermining Ukraine and helping Putin. But I think from Witkoff's perspective, he thinks Ukraine is deluded right now, and they might think that this is better for them, but in fact, they're now up to recruiting what, 50, well over 50 years old. Like they're running out of bodies to throw into the meat grinder, and so all the missiles in the world, aren't going to give you the kind of leverage you're going to need to get what you say you want out of this. So
yeah, I think it's important to, like, just on its face, Vladimir Putin has sacrificed, I think, something like 40,000 of his own people for this war. And this war is about stealing land from Ukraine. And he's running out of people, and people eventually turn. And thank God he has a bunch of dipshit Republicans to do his bidding here in the United States. Thank God. Otherwise, he'd be fucked. But we got Donald Trump, who's not unwilling to take a check. He's got Steve Witkoff, who will do his bidding. He's got an army of dipshits who just I don't know when we became pro-Russia, but we are now. Yay, Russia. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how so many of you just fell for it. But thank God for dipshit Republicans and Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump. Otherwise, Putin would be in a lot of trouble.
Let's move this forward. And I think if you're going to defend Witkoff, you'd say, he would do this kind of thing, when it came to, Israel and Hamas as well. Yep. He would give advice to the mediators. He never ended up meeting directly with Hamas. They were about to, and it blew up for various reasons. But his deputy did, and they would say, here's if you want this, here is the way to frame this,
right, to
get it there. And so Trump was asked about this on Air Force One, and he said, I haven't listened to the recording or I haven't seen the transcript, but it sounds to me like normal diplomacy. This is what a mediator does, negotiator does. You tell someone, this is the thing you want. Here's how you frame it to this party. It's a little awkward for Trump that somebody's telling somebody else how to talk to him.
Right.
It's a little weird and awkward to have that out in public.
All right, that's where we're ending it. Empty Clark, thanks for the super chat. Jerry Manner said, enjoy this money from George Soros. Boop, beep, boop. Thank you. Hey, howdy. So, God, I told you guys not to. Now he's going to know that he's going to know that sometimes I get money. And it's not always a lot of money, but we do it for the love of the game here. Just a reminder, we are crowdfunded. Jamar said, I know a few people. Oh, I read that one. I'm not going to read that one again. I think I got all those. All right. Let's keep it moving here, because I do want to get to the stuff that I promised. I do want to get to Trump's other billionaires that he needs to take care of. So he's got the Russian oligarchs that he needs to take care of. which is happening in Ukraine. We've covered the oligarchs, the oil baron oligarchs that he has to take care of in Venezuela. So we're going to go to war for some reason with Venezuela. Nothing for you folks. Nothing for the farmers. Fuck the farmers. What we're going to do for the farmers is we're going to tell Chinese nationalists that they can't buy land here, and that's going to help his land-owning billionaire oligarchs. So far, not a goddamn thing for any of you, just his billionaire friends. I don't know if we're going to get to you, but let's see. Maybe we will. I want to remind you about Paul Manafort. Here's Andrew Weissman. He was one of the prosecutors of the Mueller investigation. And just a reminder that we've seen this before with the Trump administration. And luckily for Trump, he has an army of dipshits who all he has to say is Russia, Russia, Russia. And they dismiss the fact that there were 37 indictments in the Russia investigation, that the investigation wasn't an investigation into Donald Trump. It was an investigation into the people that worked for him and whether or not they were working with Russia to influence the election, which they were. Many of them pled guilty, including his campaign manager, chairman. The guy running his campaign pled guilty to this. But since it didn't get Trump, you guys have all decided it's nothing. But it's just a repeat. Like, we've seen this before.
It strikes me there is a detail in your book, Where the Law Ends Inside the Mueller Investigation, that has received too little attention against the backdrop of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Haley says, suck it, MAGA. Thanks, Haley.
And that is that Paul Manafort, who you were responsible for prosecuting, met with a top Putin ally, Konstantin Kilimnik, and agreed to a deal that would essentially have enabled Putin to take control of the eastern part of Ukraine with Trump's approval. And Manafort had implicitly agreed to this. Why has this not gotten more attention?
Exactly the same. Putin installs somebody that will cut a deal for him and be kind to him. He installs that person in the Trump administration, and that person has is responsible for negotiating because Putin's like, oh, I trust Manafort. Oh, I trust Witkoff. So Trump's like, great, they'll do the negotiation, and then he gets what he wants. Isn't that weird? How come both times the people responsible for working with Russia just happen to be on the Russian payroll? Russia collusion is a hoax. It's just all a hoax. It's just happenstance that people who are on the payroll of Russia keep finding their way into this administration. It's just happenstance that Benny Johnson, that Tim Pool, and Dave Rubin, it's just happenstance that now they're basically propagandists for the administration, and they also got a bunch of money from Russia. Nothing to see here, though. It's all collusion. It's all a hoax.
Against the backdrop of the invasion of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin.
So I don't know why it has not gotten more attention, but I had the exact same reaction when the war occurred and you saw what Russia was trying to do. I was like, yes, of course. We had in writing, we had sort of captured some emails between Konstantin Kilimnik.
I'm not a fan of Tucker Carlson. He's also a Russian propagandist. I do think that he does some, we've covered some of his reporting. Some of it I think is good. But when it comes to Russia, nobody should trust Tucker Carlson. He's obviously been paid to lie. He's been caught lying about Russia a million times. And he went and he did a puff piece for Putin. Nobody should. You can trust him on other stuff if you want. I think there's some stuff I trust him on. Russia would not be one of them.
And Paul Manafort talking about this deal and saying what they needed to make this work was a wink from Donald Trump that this would happen. But take Trump out of this. This was clearly indicating what it is that Mr. Putin was trying to do, which was to take half of Ukraine, and actually the wealthy part of Ukraine. And now you see it's basically, I want to take all of it. It did get some attention in the New York Times. It certainly got attention in the Senate report, but it was such a...
When he says like the wealthy part of Ukraine, he's talking about the places that like you can generate wealth. So the, oh shit, I'll show you on the maps where they're at. I zoomed in too much. I hate how on Google Maps it switches. Is that where we are? Switches languages. We're talking about right here. This is the area that they're after right here. Mariupol. It's obviously this gives them access to the Black Sea here, which gives them access down through the Mediterranean Sea. And so there's a lot of wealth concentrated right here. And this is the part that they want to take. But this is also crucial to Ukraine and the Ukrainian economy. Without this area, it's a real problem for Ukraine to continue to grow and to have a strong economy. And so this is what basically they're saying, just give it to Russia. But that's what Russia needs. Russia needs this part in Mariupol. And we're just going to give it to them for some reason.
A clear indication of what Vladimir Putin was trying to do.
All right. There we go. Did I see somebody say Tim Pool didn't take Russian money? You should Google that. I dare you to Google Tim Pool Russian money. I dare you. Just see what happens. We want to see? We'll see what happens. Tim Pool Russian money. Look what happens when you search Tim Pool Russian money here. September 2024, U.S. federal prosecutors revealed an alleged covert Russian influence operation that secretly funded a U.S. media company identified in reports as Tenet Media, which paid right-wing influencers, including Tim Pool, to produce content. Whoops! Whoops! And Tim Pool's response to that was, I didn't know. I just started making a bunch of pro-Russian content out of nowhere, but I didn't know. You want to see what I'm talking about? Like, look at this video. Full of fake outrage, which is all because Tim Pool's a complete and total phony, always. He always has.
But I don't know
been.
that it matters anymore.
He told a friend one time that because he used to be like a real reporter, on the ground reporter, and he told a friend when he transitioned, he's like, dude, I don't even have to work hard. I just have to like go on and say what people want to hear, and then I'll make millions of dollars. But here's Tim Pool, totally not taking Russian money. Totally right. While he's taking Russian money, he said this.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
How do you explain that clip now, knowing that Republicans have been funding Ukraine, that Donald Trump has been funding Ukraine? How do you explain that clip knowing that in Trump's first administration, they were funding Ukraine? How do you explain any of that stuff if you're not paid by Russia? Oh, he's just a free thinker. He's just a free thinker. He was getting like, I think like $400,000 a week from Russia. No, not Tim Pool. He's a real free thinker. He says real common sense stuff. He tells you what you want to hear. That's it. He just keeps telling you what you want to hear, so you think he's smart, because if he says what you think, then you're smart and he's smart. And millions of people watch him, so we must all be smart. We must all together be the smartest ones. Russia targeted him because that means he gets to target you, and none of you ask any questions. Yeah, it is wild. I'm with you, James. They're not but like, who is a sworn enemy of the United States? Russia. So he's taking money from a sworn enemy of the United States, along with Benny Johnson, along with Dave Rubin. And they're putting out propaganda to say that actually Ukraine is the enemy and not Russia. Why are they targeting right-wing influencers? Why aren't they targeting the left? Shouldn't it be the left? We're the ones, right, that want to ruin the country. Why didn't I didn't get an offer from them. Maybe I'm not big enough. Did Pacman get an offer from them? Did the Majority Report get an offer from them? Why did they target those people? How come they didn't target Hassan or Destiny? Where was that money? How come it all went to right-wingers? They're all, I say this, I think every single show. Every right-wing influencer that is big is a failed actor. They all wanted to be actors first. They're just acting. It's all a show. They're paid. They literally get their marching orders every day. Here's what you're covering today. Make sure you get outraged at this. That's why they all cover the exact same content every day. And you could look at the left. And by the way, that was my criticism of, what was that group that, Jen, what was that group that was taking money on the left that was exposed? Like, I think Pacman was getting like $8,000 a month. nowhere near like 400,000 a week.
Chorus.
What was it?
Chorus.
That's right. That was one of my criticisms there. Like in looking through that, there was like a daily briefing in the morning, and it's like, here's the content to cover. And I didn't like that because I would have felt like if that offer would have been given to me, it's easy to then just say, you know what, that part of the work's done for me. I don't have to find my own stories. I don't have to navigate it myself. And I think that creates lazy journalists. But that's what Tim Pool is. He just wants that stuff hand fed to him. And when Russia came a calling with $400,000, he said, yes, sir, I'll do it. Let's see. I think we're going to move into, I'm going to skip aside this. Yeah, well, I do want to show this, actually, because this was interesting. I think this goes to show, this is a clip of Don Jr. I don't know how old this clip is. It's one of his Rumble clips. He's looking real skinny. But this is what you guys ran on. And I think you'll agree with me here. I'm showing Don in his own words. I think you'll agree with me that had I showed you this clip last year, and then I told you that the Trump administration was doing what they're doing, you wouldn't believe me. You'd be like, no, they would never do that because this is who we are. This clip, to me, epitomizes what MAGA was telling to me and to the rest of the country a year ago.
There's no money in peace, Jillian. And so the D.C. Beltway, they make a lot of money. I even had Republicans call me when I was very vocal against the Ukraine stuff, in the beginning and sending, countless billions over there. And I got Republicans calling me like, no, Don, but some of that money's coming back to like American companies. I was like, yeah, to make missiles. Like what, I would rather make cars. It's not the whole game is insane. I remember, my father during the primary did that like CNN town hall, and he's like, they were asking about Russia, Ukraine. He's like, I just want the death to stop. They were like, how dare, isn't that like the answer?
I think this is new because I think this is her new show. So this must be a fairly new clip.
Like the whole audience clapped, but I think it was Caitlin Collins was like, no, but what about this? It's like, wait, like 1 million young guys have died in both of those countries for what? No one in D.C. has even told me what victory looks like yet. We're in for $500 billion, and no one knows what it is. But they're getting their kickbacks, and you read about the corruption in Zelensky. And I was actually in Monaco earlier this summer, and I was there, and I'm going around Monaco, which is a pretty rich place, and I was there for 2 days, and every other car there was an Italian supercar, like a Pagani, a Bugatti, and they all had Ukraine plates. And I promise you, I went to the Ukraine in the early 2000s. I visited, like, it's not a rich place. They didn't just all magically get $5 million supercars. Like, they're stealing that money, and it's just one big corrupt scandal.
Stealing that
as long as
money.
there's a kickback to a couple people in America, we'll keep it going forever.
Well, let's talk about the kickbacks then, because this is the meeting that took place. This is the negotiation now that we have taking place in Miami, Florida. And let me, there was a Wall Street Journal piece. Let me find this other, it's the wrong one. This was, I couldn't pull up Wall Street Journal because it's through Apple, and my computer here is not an Apple, so I couldn't log in. But let me find this picture here real quick of the negotiations happening in Miami. Go to my bookmarks. Sorry, you guys can listen to this. Like if I get a pool noodle and go to the park and LARP with my friends and dress up in costumes, how's that any different than being a Republican? It's not. It's just not. God, I hope I can find this. I think I saved it. Damn, I saved a lot of clips today. There's a lot of stuff that didn't make the show outline today. Let's see. All right, yeah. It was in that clip earlier, but this is the negotiation. The thing that Don Jr. was just talking about is like, how come it's always all these rich people? As long as you can do something for rich people. Who's benefiting from this deal? Here and here. Can't get security clearance because it has too many conflicts of interest. Been doing business with Russia forever, has contacts with Russia, has business dealings with Russia right now. Why are these our negotiators? Because they have something to gain, and they're gonna negotiate for their other rich friends. Yeah, why is Kushner there? It's Rubio and these two down in Miami, Florida, which is by far and away the most corrupt city in our country. I've been sitting on it because there's been so much news, and I hope we get to it. But I think it's More Perfect Union, a video about the corruption in Miami, and it's baffling how corrupt the state of Florida and Miami is, and it just doesn't get any attention because it's all corruption in the name of Republicans, so nobody talks about it. All right. This is from Aluminum, and they're just kind of like paraphrasing a little bit of the stuff that's in the Wall Street Journal. But the Wall Street Journal put out a article called "Make Money, Not War: Trump's Real Plan for Peace in Ukraine." It says a group of influential American and Russian businessmen met in Miami Beach to chart an economic plan aimed at ending Russia's war in Ukraine, one that would reopen Russia's $2 trillion economy to the U.S. companies ahead of European rivals. Weird. Isn't that weird? That part of the peace deal in Israel and Palestine, and now part of the peace deal in Russia includes opening up their country to economic investment. Weird, right? And who's negotiating that? Is it people in our government? No, it's people that are doing private business. According to people familiar with the talks, the Kremlin had promoted this peace through business framework to the Trump administration, and both the president and his envoy have signaled openness to the idea. With the conflict stalled and sanctions weighing on Russia, Moscow is seeking alternative pathways to regain international access. Trump has long argued that economic incentives can achieve strategic outcomes where diplomacy is stalled, diverging from Europe's insistence on maintaining strict sanctions and Ukrainian territorial conditions. European governments fear Washington may sidestep them, creating a settlement that prioritizes U.S. business interests over collective security. And this is like American arrogance at its best. We're not under threat. Europe is under threat. Capitulating to Russia puts these countries under threat. And the U.S. has said, fuck it. Fuck you guys. Some of our business folks could make some money here. So let's just give Russia the land that they want, and let's appease them, and we'll start these economic discussions. Russia could essentially replace a lot of our trade with Europe. This looks an awful lot like a New Deal to circumvent Europe. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like the United States has decided that the outcome of World War II and the fall of the Soviet Union, fuck it, we should have been with Russia all along. So let's leave the European countries unprotected, and we'll just sell them out for some dollars, or some rubles, I guess. Why it matters for the planet? A settlement built around commercial reintegration could significantly reshape global energy markets. Renewed U.S. access to Russian oil, gas, and mineral sectors risks expanding fossil fuel output at a time when global climate targets require steep reductions. Conversely, a settlement that channels investment toward cleaner technologies or infrastructure modernization could steer Russian heavy industries, among the world's highest emitters, toward lower carbon pathways. Oh, so we're going to go to Venezuela, and we're going to get their oil. We're going to use our negotiating power with Russia and Ukraine to get oil in Russia, and Russia gets what they want. Everybody gets what they want, except for Ukraine, who loses their own minerals and their rare earth, because that's part. Yeah, thank you, Kevin Vincible, because part of the land that we're going to cede to Russia has their minerals and rare earth. So suddenly that's going to be Russia's to sell, and Ukraine doesn't have any anymore. We're not the good guys. Republicans, you're not the good guys, and you're not doing yourself, this country, this world any favors by selling out. You're being used by Donald Trump and his rich friends to target countries who need protection or can't protect themselves. And you will get nothing out of this. You will get a continued reliance on oil. You like your gas prices? Great. Keep them. You want to have renewable energy that you don't have to pay for every use? Too fucking bad. Donald Trump's friends paid him a bunch of money to make sure that you still have to pay for oil and natural gas. We can't use solar. We can't use wind. We can't use hydro. Where's Donald Trump's talks about nuclear? Didn't he run on that? Didn't he run on nuclear energy? Where's the investments in nuclear energy? He wants you guys paying these bills forever. And you can try and move to Biden all you want. You can talk about Joe Biden. You can talk about Barack Obama all you want. But that's just some pussy-ass bitch shit because you don't want to admit that you got duped. This isn't America first. It's not conservative. It's not Christian first. It's Donald Trump and his buddies lying to a bunch of dipshit Republicans who will never admit they're wrong because their arrogance is only rivaled by their lack of IQ. And so they're going to double down on this shit. They're going to keep doubling down. The ones in the chat here, they're going to every day double down on policies that directly hurt them. There's no mathematical way that this makes things better for you. This just secures your reliance on oil, on natural gas, and it'll cost you more. And at the same time, Trump is doing the bidding for the AI folks who want to be able to automate all this stuff and use AI to get rid of jobs so that oil production is cheaper. So we're going to lose jobs and we're going to keep paying for oil. Terrific. Congratulations. This is going to be an oligarchy. The reason that all these people see Vladimir Putin and they want to work with Putin is because they're like, oh, remember that one time Putin took Russia and turned it into an oligarchy? They see America as the exact same way. This is the oligarchy we've been telling you about. It's the oligarchy we've been warning you about, and it's going to be too late for a lot of you. Hopefully these midterms change things. If we don't get through the midterms and in the next election, like the oligarchy is just here. And then enjoy living in Russia. Enjoy your 99-year lease on your property, which you will never own. Enjoy never passing anything down to your children. Jen, can you mute real quick? We're just getting feedback. Enjoy just being making barely enough to survive your entire life. Working your entire life until the day that you die while your billionaire oligarch overlords enjoy all the riches. Enjoy that, because that's where you're headed. You were the dipshits in Russia who watched this happen while the world warned you that, Vladimir Putin's not a good actor. And they're like, yeah, he's putting Russia first. You know, he ran on the same thing, right? You know, that was Putin's whole thing. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of working with the world. We're going to put Russians first. And what did he do? He took all your businesses. He allowed his friends to create giant monopolies and decimate farming, oil, natural gas, mineral production. And he gave all those contracts to his friends. Remember, we started this show with Brooke Rollins? Like, hey, look at all this farmland that the Chinese nationals own. We're going to steal that from them, which is fine. I don't give a fuck. But who's going to get it? You all know who's going to get it. It's going to be their friends. So Trump's going to just hand off farming to all of his friends. AI is already going to be a handful of companies. When NVIDIA and Palantir and X and these companies, Intel, that are in bed and allowed Donald Trump to take a stake in their company, they did that because they know the AI crash is coming, and Donald Trump will prop up these companies. All these AI companies that are up and coming, when they crash, Trump's going to let them crash. And they're going to be swallowed up. Their customer base, their technology, it's all going to be swallowed up by a handful of companies. So they'll run AI, they'll run energy, they'll run farming, they'll run travel, they'll run all the infrastructure. And oh, by the way, they're also going to run all the technology that our government has, the software, the spying technology, so they can make sure that none of you get an idea that you are ever going to undo this oligarchy. And if you try and undo this oligarchy, just like Vladimir Putin, they'll kill you. That's where we're headed. Like, it's not even a joke anymore. It's not even a hypothesis anymore. Like, just watch what's in front of you. All the stuff Trump's promising that they keep telling you, oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Yeah. We're going to bring prices down probably next year. Oh, you guys are going to be able to afford houses next year. Oh, yeah. Beef prices, that'll come down next year. But earlier this year, they're like, oh, it'll come in quarter 2. Oh, it'll come in quarter 4. Oh, it'll come in quarter 1. Oh, now it's quarter 3 of next year. They just kick the can down the road, and you dipshits fall for it every fucking time. And you're just going to fall for it until it's too late. But every time you turn around, you see Donald Trump selling you out and handing all of our assets to private entities and letting all of these software companies run our government. Elon Musk knows everything about our government. How the fuck do you think Elon Musk was able to brought up the fact? Remember when he said that Trump was in the Epstein files? Remember when he said Trump was gay? Do you remember that? How did he come up with that? You think he might have seen that Bubba stuff? Maybe. Elon Musk has access to everything. Palantir has access to everything, which means you know what they have now? Blackmail on every single member of our government. And you and I both know that both Republicans and Democrats have dirt on them. You know that. And we also know that both Republicans and Democrats will lie right to our fucking faces if it means protecting their own image. So Donald Trump gave all of his friends access to everything. And now they get to control the government. And unless we do something very quickly and very, radical, that shit's over. This is what you've done to us, Republicans. We didn't need Donald Trump. You didn't need Donald Trump. He convinced you that he was a fucking victim. He convinced you that immigrants and trans people were ruining your lives, so you ran to the voting booth, and you all fucking lied. You all fucking lied and said, oh, it's about economics. Oh, it's about common sense. No, the fuck it wasn't. It's because you're scared of black and brown people and LGBTQ people, and you don't like things that are different, and you bought into the hysteria. And now we're staring at what? What did they do? How did they fix that? Do we have, they're doing mass immigration raids. That's it. Are we protecting women's sports? That's what you voted for? You got nothing out of this deal. It's crazy. They just scared you into voting for him, and they allowed you, they convinced you to adopt his victimhood. The elections are being stolen. There's a bunch of people trying to replace you, and you just bought it. They're still doing it right now. That's the next segment of the show. I'm going to show you that while they're stealing the country from you, while they're stealing everything and handing it off to their billionaire friends, Stephen Miller, his wife, and all the propagandists are going out on CNN and MSNBC and Fox News, and they're going out there every day, and they're telling you that the real problem that we have here is black and brown people. Don't look at what we're doing. Don't look at all the shit that we're taking over. Don't look at the invasion in Venezuela that they're openly telling you is about oil. Don't look at the corruption in Israel and in Russia. Don't look at any of this stuff. Just know that black and brown people are coming for you, and you better watch the fuck out. That's their whole message. And they're going to use it to put troops in the streets, which they're doing right now. A single person shot 2 National Guardsmen, who, by the way, would not have been shot had Trump not put them in D.C. to stage this invasion. The woman who lost her life, her boyfriend said that she repeatedly was like, I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. It's a waste of time. I don't know why I'm standing on the streets of D.C. every day. We're not doing anything. We're just standing here. We're not fighting crime. We're not fixing crime. We're just standing on the streets, and I feel like a target. And then she was killed. Because Donald Trump wants you guys to think that the thing that you need to fear the most is immigrants. And it's pathetic that you fell for it. But there's still time. You don't have to keep falling for it. You will lose your country. You are losing your country. You think socialism's scary? They're doing communism, dude. But the crony communism, the kind of communism you've been told to fear, like the USSR communism, where the government is actually just dictatorial, and they take their friends in this small group and they take over the whole fucking thing. And a handful of people have all the wealth and nobody else has rights. That's what they're actually doing. The communism that they scare you about, which isn't real communism because communism doesn't have government, that's what they're doing. But because they tell you these people that look differently than you are the problem, you just buy it. And you let all this shit happen. All right, Jen, did you have something to say? Dragon with
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
So yeah, I was going to do announcements, and also, you guys, we try to tell you this in the comments. he's not debating from the comments. So if you guys want to come up and talk, how you do that is you add me on Discord. My Discord username is the same as Venmo, Jen with 2 N's, Deb with 2 B's, and the number 1. If you send me a message on Discord, I can bring you up and have a conversation. Specifically you, I'm done dying. You keep acting like he's just ignoring you. There's 700 people, more than 700 people in here. He's not seeing your shit. So you want to have a conversation?
Also, I'm ignoring a lot of them. It's also true.
I mean, so there's that. But yeah, so if that's how you can do it, is come up and talk, is DM me on Discord and I can bring you up and have a conversation. If you haven't subscribed to us already, if you want to join us for the movie later on tonight, you can do that. Make sure you're a paid subscriber. Any mod can get you an invite to the Discord. And check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. Jay's on Cameo. We've got merch. And we upload these episodes to Spotify. Yeah, so a man went into the ER with 24 horses in his bum.
Okay.
Doctors listed his condition as stable.
Stupid. That one I liked. I like that one a lot. What is Island Boy Hassan? What is that? You call me an island boy? Just an island boy. I don't mind being compared to Hassan. Every clip I've seen of Hassan, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I know there's some bad ones. I think there was something he said that was kind of fucked up about 9/11. I don't know what that is, but that's fine. It'd be cool to have that type of audience. All right. What was this? I can't remember. All right. Before we get to the fear-mongering from Republicans about the border and people who are immigrating here, it's important to remember this clip from, remember when for like 1 second I thought Lindsey Graham was going to be sane in 2024. When he pointed out that if you remember, Republicans and Democrats came together and they wanted to sign a border deal. And that border deal would have basically shut down the border for something like, I don't know, it was an insane amount of number, like 48 straight weeks. Like it just would have been shut down, but Trump said no. And for a long time, I've thought the reason that Trump said no to this was because he wanted to win the election. And I think that's part of it. But I think that there's another part of it where Donald Trump wants to control immigration from the executive branch. If you'll notice, he's been president now for 10 months. We don't have a new border bill. So all those things that they said we needed to change, they haven't done. Congress has just said, let's just let Trump do whatever he wants. We're not going to write laws. We want the president to rule from executive order, because what it allows you to do, ruling from executive order, is it requires the Supreme Court to step in. And that takes time. And if the Supreme Court's friendly to you, they can keep kicking it back and kicking it back and kicking it back. And Trump can just keep doing whatever the fuck he wants. So he has told Congress to stand down, 1, to win the election, but 2, now that he's in office, he's still saying, Congress, stand down. Don't worry. The Supreme Court is in my pocket. But I want to remind you what Lindsey Graham once said about American democracy and how the laws are supposed to function in this country and what we're supposed to do and what America used to be about. It didn't used to be about a king. It didn't used to be about a dictator. But now Republicans have abandoned democracy and they just want to do dictatorship.
And I regret that. So everybody who comes on this floor and says our border's broken, we should do something about it, you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, we didn't get there. President Trump opposed a Senate bill. We couldn't find a better way forward that would get 60 votes. I hate that, but now we have to deal with what's left for us to take care of in the world. So I see that. They abandoned democracy because they don't have a winning platform. I think they abandoned democracy. Yes, that's true. But also because they're cowards. That's mostly it. And I will say that the same about anybody still supporting Donald Trump. I think that you are either a fascist or a coward. And I actually think those are the same things. I think fascists are cowards. Like, there's nothing cuckier and like more dom, or I guess not domed. What's the opposite of dom? It's not a cuck, a submissive. There's nothing more submissive than like
a fascist that isn't in power. Oh yeah, Dragon was. I forgot to send this earlier. U of A trounced the scum devils this weekend. Bear the down. Well, let me just say this then, Dragon Wizard. I do prefer ASU over U of A, but I am a born and bred Brigham Young University supporter. So that actually helped BYU and guaranteed them a shot in the Big 12 title game. So take that sub. There's not. Yeah, you just got a bunch of subs. Like if you're a fascist and you're not in power, like if you just like, for example, if you are a part of Nick Fuentes' crew. Like you like Nick Fuentes, you are a sub. If you're part of the Crucible crew, you are a sub. If you're part of if you follow Matt Walsh, you are a sub. If you are MAGA in general, you are subs. You love worshiping a leader. You like a leader who tells you what to think and what to do. You are simply just subs, and that's okay. We don't kink shame, but I do shame when it comes to politics. Because you're not coming from this, okay? You're not getting any pleasure from this. You're just like kind of like a begging sub. Like, I'll be a sub for you, and then you get nothing out of it. You're just kind of like on the sidelines, begging to be let in the game, but you're not. You got your ball gag in, but you're still watching the game. You don't even get to get fucked in the ass. You just sit there and watch somebody else, and you're like, man, I can't wait till it's my turn to get fucked in the ass. That's going to be so cool, but it sounds more like, that's you. You're all a bunch of subs. You're just desperately clinging to this idea that like fascism's going to fix everything. And I think that one, you should be better than that. And two, you're following like the weirdest fucking people on earth. Some of the dumbest fucking people on earth. Strangest. Katie Miller is now she's just the wife of Stephen Miller. Just the wife of like a Nazi. She's not compelling. She's not good at this. But like now she has been elevated above all of you subby little bitches. They don't want to hear from you. They don't want to platform you. They don't want you to have a voice. You guys get mad at me for not debating you in the chat. Fuck, these people aren't listening to you. They put up Katie fucking Miller. She's terrible. She gets absolutely abused every time she goes on CNN. But now she's talking about Venezuela. And this is how fucking dumb these people are. And this is how fucking dumb the people that listen to them are. Because there are obvious answers to the questions that these dipshits ask. But part of being a sub to the MAGA cult is that you only ask questions, but you don't then look for the answers. The question actually is the answer, and that's where you need to stay. Your curiosity ends when the question mark hits. Don't go look for an answer, because if you do, you might find out that Katie Miller is fucking dumb. Like we all are just going to find out right now.
He said that those orders that were given of the drug boats in Venezuela were illegal. Can you cite those statutes, please?
Yes, because it's actually called the Due Process Clause of the United States of America. Because can you point to...
Okay, so, all right. So we're just murdering people indiscriminately. Could you point to a statute that says we can't just murder people indiscriminately? Yeah, it's called due process. Oh, I don't really know what that is. Because, see, as a CNN anchor, my job is, or as a CNN, not anchor, a CNN contributor on the Republican side, I ask questions, and then I don't answer them, and I also deflect. So if I get an answer to a question, then I say, what about Biden? What about Pelosi? And that's their whole game. If you watch CNN, I promise you, you can stop it. You can freeze this every time. Republican asks question. Democrat answers question. Republican says, what about? Every fucking time without fail. That's why Katie Miller's on TV. It's not because she's smart. It's just easy. Like, these are Pavlov's dogs. Katie, when you go on CNN tonight, make sure that you ask a question. And if that question is answered, you do what about? And you do it hysterically. Get very upset. Okay, I'll do it. Scream at them. Tell them that you hate the country. Okay, I'll do it. And then she does it. Here you go.
One of those boats that actually had drugs on them? Do you know that? Do you know about the Trinidadians who were killed innocently, who were just fishermen? Can you actually kill those fishermen without due process? So the answer to the question is yes. I can cite the Constitution, just as Scott did.
If you go and say that those were members of Al-Qaeda or ISIS coming to our shores with enough drugs or enough ammunition to kill 1,000, 100,000 Americans, wouldn't you expect our commander-in-chief to take action to...
But that's not what happened. First of all, no. Second of all, that's not what happened. They didn't have guns. They weren't members of Al-Qaeda or ISIS. We don't even know what was on the fucking boat. They told us it was drugs, but we don't even know if they were drugs. The only people we know of that have survived any of these killings were fishermen. Like, we know now that they were specifically not running drugs, that they were just fishermen who got murdered. Well, they didn't. They survived. The other people got murdered. You see the whataboutism here? Well, what if it was ISIS? Well, it's not ISIS, first of all, but still, you can't just, like, murder people.
To stop that, that's what's happening here. That is what's happened, by the way. That's what happens in every war zone, whether you go to Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, Somalia.
Declared war, declared war. Those are declared war. We don't have a declared war. There's not a war zone in Venezuela. And it's not in Venezuela. It's in international waters. There is no war zone. Do you see what? They're just justifying murder. For what benefit? Again, Republicans, I'm going to ask you every time, what benefit do you get from this? None. If they were trafficking drugs, it was probably cocaine. And if they were trafficking cocaine, it probably wasn't coming to America because most of what they traffic doesn't go to America. And even the stuff that gets there, it's 5%. 5% of a drug that, like, isn't the one that's killing everybody. The fun drug for people. It's not the one that we should be most worried about. But we don't even know if they had that on the boats because we don't have any intel. Pete Hegseth just says, kill, and we kill. History tells us that when the U.S. kills people, we generally kill a lot of innocent people. We do this all the time, and then we lie about it. Not to bring up the rivalry of U of A and ASU, but I live in Arizona. We have the Pat Tillman Foundation here. We have a Pat's Run every year, where they raise money for, I don't know what his foundation does. Pat Tillman was killed by Americans. Pat Tillman was killed by friendly fire. And our government never told us that. They just created a holiday for him. They covered the whole thing up. An American hero, one of the most prominent soldiers we've ever seen, because he chose to leave the NFL and go serve with his brother, his actual brother. And then he was killed by our own country, and we covered it up. We lied to his family. We lied to the American people. Every news station was like, what a hero. He was out there fighting, and these motherfuckers that killed him, we'll hunt him down. And it turned out to be us. We killed him. And then they just ignored it. We just never talked about it again. Blackstone. Yeah, Blackstone. Is that who it was? Wherever those soldiers were. Just killed some innocent women and children. Just murdered them. Finally, some people in this country got some justice. Finally, our military, for indiscriminately killing people. These weren't even members of the military. These were private contractors. Finally, we held somebody accountable for murdering women and children in another country, and then Trump came in and pardoned them. You get nothing from this, Republicans. Blackwater, thank you. You get absolutely nothing from any of this shit. You're just defending murder. And they think so little of you that they have to put up Stephen Miller's dumbass wife on TV to make these accusations because nobody else would. It's all paid propagandists that you never heard of until the Trump administration.
Yeah, go there. Let's talk about it.
Give me one name of one individual that you can compare to Al-Qaeda coming through that had enough fentanyl to kill all these Americans. Can you name one?
Let's go to what these drug lords are talking about, which is that...
Nope. No answer. Let's talk about something else.
We are actively ensuring that the war on drugs that we've been doing for 50 years, which has not worked one single day.
Yeah, right? We can agree on that.
Yeah. You know why the war on drugs never works? Because we don't go to the problem, the root of the problem. One of the biggest reasons we have such a drug problem here is because of our pharmaceutical industry, which hooks people on drugs. And then when they get hooked on drugs, eventually their insurance stops paying for it, and they're hooked on drugs at that point. And then they have to go outside of their insurance to get these drugs. And there's other options that are cheaper on the street. And then they usually wind up losing their job, but then they're hooked on drugs, and so then they become criminals. And then we look down on those people as criminals, and we say, let's throw them in jail. And we never address the real problems. I told you guys earlier I was a BYU football fan growing up. My favorite player was a guy named Max Hall. If you're an Arizona Cardinals fan, you might remember him. He played quarterback for them for a minute. But Max Hall played at BYU, got hurt, went to the NFL, got hurt, got hooked on painkillers, wound up out of the NFL. And then there was just one day there's this story of him getting arrested at Best Buy. And he was stealing things like phone cases and portable batteries. He had a backpack full of stuff. And he was doing that because he had to hide his drug problem from his wife. And because he had a drug problem, they watched the finances. So he had to steal things, sell them on like OfferUp, Facebook Marketplace to get cash to pay for his drug addiction. There's another great story of a guy named Chris Herron. ESPN 30 for 30 did this on him. It was a guy that played at Boston College, wound up in the NBA playing for the Celtics, kind of the same thing. We don't address that root. Why? Because the root of that problem is, socialism is bad. We can't do social medicine. We can't go after big pharma because that's not free market capitalism. So instead, we just like murder brown people, and it never fixes our problem. Imagine that. What we're talking about here is like doubling down on the same failed policies that we've done forever. Taking out narco terrorists, taking out drug cartels has never worked. We've done it. They just get replaced. Why? Because there is a need in America. And people want money. And people see that if one cartel goes down, that's going to open up a void. And somebody's going to fill that void all the time until we address the drug pandemic in America. But we can't. Republicans don't want to ever look at America and be like, we're the fucking problem. So we blame it on the people who bring in the drugs, rather than the people who get us hooked on drugs, and then our government who does nothing for people who are hooked on drugs. We just look down at them. We call them trash. We go, it's your choice. And suddenly now you're homeless. You're like, ew, homeless people, get rid of them. That's the problem. We don't ever fix our actual problem here. We just love blaming black and brown people because we're arrogant, and now we got a bunch of fascists who are going to take advantage of this. So I want to show you this. Now, there are military officials stepping down right and left. And I think that there's a fair criticism from us to say, hey, you guys are leaving and your spot is going to be filled with somebody who's just going to take orders. And so like you leaving isn't going to help us. At the same time, if they don't leave, they may wind up in jail. So I don't know. I'm not going to tell them how to act. That's a tough thing to do. But here is Jake Tapper talking about some of the exits we're now seeing. We've seen a mass exit from intelligence, from the FBI, from the CIA, from military, and all of them on the way out go, hey, they're doing illegal shit. We don't want to do illegal shit. And MAGA goes, yeah, good, get out of here, deep state. Because you think that your side can do no wrong. You need to start listening to these whistleblowers who every one of them leaves and says, hey, we're doing illegal shit. Let's not do illegal shit. You got to stop thinking that like Trump's shit doesn't stink. It stinks, and it's in a diaper, and it smells like rotten fish fillets.
These top military officials announced plans to leave their jobs early in recent weeks. I'm specifically referring to the commander of Southcom, Admiral Alvin Halsey, who announced in October that he was only going to be serving in that job for 1 year. And three-star General Joe McGee, who serves on the Joint Chiefs of Staff as Director for Strategy Plans and Policy. He also in October announced that he was going to be shown the door. And the reason I'm asking is because we just learned from the reporting of CNN's Natasha Bertrand and also the Washington Post and The Intercept that as part of this campaign to strike alleged drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean, on September 2nd, the U.S. struck one of these boats, disabled it, people died, but then there were survivors, and the U.S. went back and did what's called a double tap strike, going back and killing the survivors, including those, according to the Washington Post, who were clinging to the smoldering wreck. And the Post reports, according to two sources familiar with the operation, that Hegseth had given the order to kill everybody, which is why the double tap. Now, the Pentagon disputes this reporting, saying that the entire narrative is completely false, but they haven't offered any specifics about what's false. Hegseth.
That's a crazy thing to say that whoever that was in the chat, that like we support narco terrorism. I don't know if you heard anything I just said. If you want to cripple the narco terrorists, get rid of addiction. Tackle addiction. You will never get rid of narco terrorists by killing them. Just like did we get rid of Islamic terrorism by crippling Al Qaeda or ISIS? No. Somebody fills their spot. The only way to cripple narco terrorism is to end the reliance on drugs. So we have to stop getting people addicted. We have to have addiction treatment. We need to go after the drug companies that get people hooked, and we need to provide a way out for people here in America. Maybe we don't take like drug use and turn it into a felony. Maybe we don't ruin people's job prospects forever because they got hooked on drugs. I mean, it's the dumbest fucking thing. Like, we've tried this. The way you're talking about, we've done over and over and over again, and it keeps getting worse. I live in Arizona. I neighbor California. You know what happened to the cartels when we legalized marijuana? They stopped selling it. The cartels that dealt mostly in marijuana, you know what they did? They went and they took avocado farms. They started selling avocado because it made no sense for people here to go out and buy something illegally when you could buy it legally. So give people a different option here in America to deal with their addiction. Addicts don't want to be addicted. Give them the help that they need. How many billions of dollars are we going to spend killing narco terrorists that we could just invest in helping people with addiction? But Republicans don't like doing that. They always think that the problem needs to be solved by murder. Peace through strength. No, it never works. It's never worked ever. Take that money and invest it in treatment. If they don't have people to sell to, are they going to keep trafficking drugs to us? No. It's not worth it. Those people also risk their lives. These narco terrorists, and they risk their lives and the lives of their friends and their family for what reason? Money. But if there's no money, if they can't sell it here, they go away. You got to get rid of the market. We've learned over and over again that getting rid of the people selling into the market never fixes the problem. It's just a revenge thing. It's a simple answer. It's a common sense thing that never fucking works.
Secretary of Defense said the stories are fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory. Again, wouldn't go into detail about what was allegedly fabricated. But the reason I'm asking is because given Halsey and McGee and their early exits, I'm wondering what role, if any, this September strike, which seems to be of questionable legality, played in their early departures. Only a few weeks later, I reached out to the Pentagon and the White House to ask them specifically about this, but the Pentagon did not get back to me and the White House was not responsive. When McGee left, CNN reported that one of the issues of friction between him and Hegseth had to do with operations, including those in the Caribbean. And specifically, when Halsey left, CNN's Pentagon reporters noted that, quote, tensions had been simmering between Hegseth and Halsey for weeks before the admiral announced he was leaving, and that Southcom was concerned about the operations in the Caribbean, quote, not being lawful, sources said. Now, obviously, Hegseth disputes.
I've still never seen like an explanation for why this is lawful. Hey, I went out of my way to say this. We're not talking right now about being gay. You are welcome to stay here, but you are going to stay on subject. This is important stuff, and I get that you want to distract from that. We're not going to have that. So you can talk. You can stay here and talk about what we're talking about, but you're going to be muted if you keep doing that. Okay? Thank you.
The idea that these aren't lawful. He says they're, quote, lawful under both U.S. and international law, all actions in compliance with the law of armed conflict. But experts on this, on the left, right, and center, strongly disagree. Just to cite one from the right, Jack Goldsmith of Harvard, who used to work for the George W. Bush presidency, he noted that the Department of Defense Law of War Manual states that it is, quote, prohibited to conduct hostilities on the basis that there shall be no survivors, or to threaten the adversary with the denial of quarter. He says, quote, if the post
How do we cover that?
Facts are correct, it appears that Special Operation Forces committed murder when the two men were blown apart in the water.
That's according to their own manual. They just did murder. And again, Keep bringing it back. What do you get from this? Nothing. Nothing. You're just celebrating murder. I don't even know if it's a war crime, El Franz. I think it's just like, it might just be murder. There's no war. That's the crazy thing. Like, there's some protection by saying war crimes. We don't have a declared war. This might just be murder. I don't even know that this would go through like a military tribunal. Trump said he didn't know. Trump is thrown Hegseth under the bus. Trump said, I don't agree with the double tap. I don't think Hegseth, I didn't know about it. And Hegseth told me he didn't know about it. You might have been trained to double tap, but this isn't a war. And by the way, they're reading it here. Right there. You explain this. If you were trained that way, moreover, it's also prohibited to conduct hostilities on the basis that there shall be no survivors or to threaten the adversary with the denial of quarter. Now, in combat, I could see you being trained to double tap, but this isn't combat. There was no combat. These were people driving in a boat, and they were blown out of the water not in an act of war. There's no declared war there. There was no aggression. Because there was no aggression here, because they have to be either there shall let's see. It's prohibited to conduct hostilities on the basis that there shall be no survivors or to threaten the adversary with denial of quarter. They should have been intercepted. That's what they should have done. Arrest them. If they really are trafficking drugs, arrest them. But we didn't do that. We murdered them. You can't do that in America. Our laws, those laws still apply. Because this isn't war, those laws still apply. This seems to me like pretty cut and dry murder.
The adversary with the denial of quarter. He says, quote, if the Post's facts are correct, it appears that Special Operation Forces committed murder when the two men were blown apart in the water, as the Washington Post put it. Andrew McCarthy of the conservative National Review also says, even if you buy the untenable claim that the men in this alleged trafficking boat are combatants, meaning that they are...
Patrick, I hear you said the admiral in charge made the decision, not Pete Hegseth, but there are reports that it came directly from Pete Hegseth. I don't think that you or I know that. I know that you've heard that, but unless you have a source, there are conflicting reports. But there are people that have whistleblowers that have said the order came directly from Pete Hegseth. Obviously, we don't know, but there should be an investigation.
At a state of war with the United States, it is a war crime to intentionally kill combatants who have been rendered unable to fight.
Could those people fight? No.
Including those shipwrecked. Now, the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee say they're going to conduct oversight over this. I guess we will see how serious they are by whether or not they have public testimony from Admiral Halsey and General McGee.
Audio clip, you call it? I don't know. If there's an audio clip of Pete or the Admiral getting that clip, I don't know of it. I haven't come across it. So if that exists, that'd be dope. You can just tell one of our mods how to search it or let me know. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. We're a long ways away from our goal. I am going to go a little bit over today. There's a lot of information. Some of you are new here, some of you aren't, but just to let you know, like we don't really get ad revenue from YouTube just because it's political and because we're very critical of Israel. And so there's not a lot of ad revenue available for us. We make all of our money just based on subscribers and donations. We've run the numbers in order for me and Jen to survive. We have a gift goal every single day. And so if you could help us knock that out, that'd be greatly appreciated. I don't know how many viewers there are. Mine's wrong. Obviously, Jenny has a different number than I do, but I think that's Twitch. I think on Twitch there's 350 maybe, and then that's however many on YouTube. If everybody donated $1, we'd knock that out in a heartbeat. There's the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. You can send it that way or through Super Chat. I'll read anything that you write, even you Republicans. If you want me to respond to something you have to say, cost you $2. You send us Super Chat or a PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. I'll gladly answer any question you have. But my labor is not free. I own my own labor. Jen owns her labor, and it's not just a free gift as much as I would like it to be. All right, keep going. All right. How do I want to? Let me skip here. Okay. So we have people resigning en masse, and we have Republicans like Katie Miller going out there and just trying to incite people, trying to get people very upset about immigrants. This feels a lot like just one continuous Reichstag fire. Republicans, one thing that I think that we got to give like the advocacy progressives a lot of credit. No King's protest went off basically without a hitch. There was basically no violence. People have taken to the streets and protested without violence. And it sure seems an awful lot if I was more conspiratorial. And if you want the conspiratorial version of this, go on over to the right wing and they'll tell you that they all think, Ryan Mata covered this, Candace Owens, who did I see? Owen Schroyer, that January 6er earlier. They all think that what happened when those National Guard folks got shot, they think it was staged. Not staged, but like a false flag operation. They thought it was on purpose. And they all think it's to get the American people in an upheaval so that this administration can bring in martial law. It sure seems like that's what they were planning on. Now, if we think about what happened to those National Guard troops, they were sitting there on the corner. One of them, we know for sure, had repeatedly told her boyfriend or fiance, this is pointless. We're not doing fucking anything. I feel like I'm being used by this administration for political points. And then she gets shot. She loses her life. They're clearly not doing anything. I think that the administration wants to turn this into a war, and the American people just keep not reacting to it. And so the reaction to putting National Guard troops there who are doing nothing, who now have their lives in danger, the reaction to that is, let's put out some more National Guard troops. I don't know how many National Guard troops could have been on the streets of DC, but none of them would have stopped what happened. This was a person who had a handgun, who was walking freely, came up and shot them. The only way that Republicans are going to be able to spin this into having more people on the streets will stop this is if they introduce the police state. And they have that technology. And they've been beta testing that technology on immigrants where they can walk up with their phone and they can scan your face and they can see, oh, you are this person. They can access all the street cameras. This feels an awful lot like the government now saying we're going to put troops on the ground and we're going to use Palantir and we're going to sniff out these threats before they happen. The police state is coming. The software is there. The players are there. The contracts are there. Everything is in place for this government to be totalitarian, and they keep pushing this like, oh, we're going to put more troops. These leftists, they're not going to like this, and then they put more troops on the streets, and nothing happens. So here was the reaction from Pam Bondi. They're just trying to escalate.
Hand in hand with Secretary Noem, Homeland Security. Director Patel has already arrested 500 suspected terrorists since January 20th. We're working hand in hand with Pete Hegseth.
That's a weird number because they say 500 suspected terrorists. They're including like anybody that they assume is part of a narco group as a terrorist. And we know how good they are at identifying those people. We know about all the people that wound up in El Salvador that had nothing to do with these drug cartels. So 500 suspected terrorists with their track record, that's not very good.
And yes, we are bringing in our National Guard to every city we possibly can. Who needs our help? And that's a lot of them. We're tied up, as you know, in a lot of court hearings right now. These young men and women in the Guard, they want to help our country. They want
Thanks,
to be
Belinda.
here. They are patriots, yet they will not be attacked by a radical Islamic terrorist who screams by reports, Ali Akbar, before.
Isn't it like Aloha? It's not Ali Akbar, right? How do you say it? Allahu? Is it Allahu? Is that how you say Allahu? I think so. Jeez. It's one thing if it's just like a regular. This is the Department of Justice. She should know. She should know that. I know it's me being petty a little bit, but she should know that.
We're shooting 2 of our Guard members and almost killing more.
Yeah, can you
working hand?
All right. And then what happened? No riots. Nobody responded. It's just attempt after attempt after attempt at the Reichstag fire. They did it. They literally said it when Charlie Kirk was killed. They said, this is our Reichstag moment. And then nobody got violent. Because as much as they want to keep trying to portray the left as violent, they're really not. None of us really want to see violence. Some of us are a little bit like, some of us are a little less empathetic when violence happens to Republicans. But all these people, all these shooters, I told you guys at the beginning, I watched Oliver Stone's JFK last night. And one thing that's interesting about that, like you want to draw some parallels. JFK and his brother Robert, they were dismantling the CIA. You can go back and we don't have all the documents yet. Some of it's been released, some hasn't. But you can go back and you can see that behind the scenes, JFK was going to the military and saying, we're going to need your help dismantling the CIA because the CIA is a fucking problem. So they didn't like him very much. Same stuff Trump said. Like Trump claimed, like, I'm going to dismantle the CIA. That's why people are trying to kill me. Except for he's not. He's giving the CIA more tools. He's giving them more authority. He's giving the deep state perhaps the most authority the deep state has ever had. But it's always like this lone shooter. They never have anything. They never have anybody tied to that shooter. Think of the Trump shooter. Oh, it's just a guy, just a lone guy. Tyler Robinson, just a lone guy. It's always this guy that shot the National Guards. Oh, just a lone guy. It's always somebody that has literally no background, suspiciously no background. Really like weak ties to the left. And then they come out and they tell you the enemy is the left and anybody who looks like that person, unless the shooter's a white male, in which case it's just the left. It's getting a little weird that none of this turns into riots, right? And yeah, and then the shooter's never seen again. All right. Here it is. I told you guys that Trump quote. We won't skip that. But I came across, not this tweet, but the next one. There's this guy. I don't know who this is. Genghis MF Khan on Twitter. And I just thought this was interesting. I think there's probably a lot of you who said this, but said, let me predict how this plays out. This was from September 8th. There will be, like the futurist I am, there will be a big gunfight. There will be infiltrators from the CIA/Mossad who will kill multiple National Guard. They will pose as gangbangers. They'll be used as justification for martial law and disarmament. He wasn't way off there. Not like way off. But you'll see the response from Stephen Miller here, which is exactly what he's gonna do. And Stephen Miller is the Nazi propagandist that they send out there every single time to float the idea of like, can we do the fascism yet? He's been begging for a takeover forever. He's been begging for the government to just be daddy government and take over. And he hasn't been able to do it. So now we're going to float it one more time. And this time, I think he's getting like a little more help.
Perfectly, Sean. This was not a loophole. The Biden administration, Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas.
Thank you, Dracos.
Devised a scheme.
Thank you, Tony.
To fly illegal aliens into the country and then to escort them en masse across the border by the millions and to give them something known as parole, which gives them a work permit, which gives them a social security number, which gives them access to the voting booth. This was the plan all along, to get them here illegally so they can get free government benefits, get hooked to welfare, and be able to participate in American elections.
This is such a crazy thing to say. Like, honestly, none of that is true. But what is he doing? Forget the details there, and we can cover. If anybody wants to debate the details, we can debate the details. But what's he trying to do with this? He's trying to create an enemy. What's the solution to the enemy? Donald Trump. Big government. The Biden administration did all this, so we're going to have to use like extrajudicial ways to undo what Biden did. All of that's untrue, by the way. If you got a social security number, which is just like a work permit, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in order to do that, you have to show a passport. So when you first get released, you have to show all sorts of documents. I think, I don't remember the list of, I still have it in I researched the documents this morning. Let me see if I still have the list here. I'd go back to that. I don't have the list. Maybe I do. Let's see. All right. Yeah. So an asylum seeker can apply for a work permit known as a EAD or employment authorization document after their asylum application has been pending for at least 150 days. It cannot be issued until 180 days have passed. And you have to do that application by filling out a Form I-765 and indicating the eligibility category C8, which is asylum pending. After that submission, the government generally takes 30 days to process the work permit application. The delays can occur. So you wait 155 days or 150 days, fill out a Form I-589. You can't get a work permit for at least 180 days. Then fill out an I-765, which is filled out online, and then you have to give them a picture ID, which has to be a passport, and then they can run a check on your passport. So these are, one, not illegal immigrants like he's talking about. They have to be asylum seekers, which by definition are legal immigrants, and they have to be vetted in at least the best way we can, which is taking their passport. It shows like a log of anywhere they've visited with their passport, and then you have a cooling off period, and then there's a vetting period by the federal government to give you a work permit, not a permit to vote. That doesn't give you access to social programs like Medicare or Medicaid or Social Security or SNAP benefits. It just entitles you to work. Some states might give you some benefits once you have that work permit, but it doesn't give you the right to vote or do any of these things. So now knowing what that is, let's go back and hear what Stephen Miller says. This is a guy that works for the federal government. Why does he lie like this?
The Biden administration, Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, devised a scheme to fly illegal aliens into the country and then to escort them en masse across the border by the millions and to give them something known as parole.
One more thing. They're talking about, see how he just mixed these things together? Because the first thing he's talking about is the people that left Afghanistan. And they were flown here, but they didn't come and then get escorted across the southern border. He took what happened because this shooter is somebody that came from Afghanistan. He's now taken the shooter and an unrelated asylum seekers at the southern border, and he's mushed them all together in a conspiracy theory. You see isn't that gross how he just did that? Isn't that really fucking gross? And the administration puts him out to say this, to purposely lie to the American people about where these people are coming from and how they're getting here and what they are being given. That is just we'll call it a bald-faced lie. He's just fucking lying.
Which gives them a work permit, which gives them a social security number, which gives them access to the voting booth.
That's a lie too. One, it doesn't give them a social security number. It gives them, I think it's called the ITIN, if I remember correctly. Just looks like a social security number, and it doesn't give them access to vote. So his entire basis here, which he's about to tell you, like this is why we need to take our National Guards and put them in the street, and this is why we need to detain all black and brown people that aren't from here originally. It's all based on a lie.
This was the plan all along, to get them here illegally so they can get free government benefits, get hooked to welfare, and be able to participate in American elections.
None of that happens. No, they can't get any of that. You don't get American welfare. You don't get to vote. None of that stuff is true.
This was an attack on democracy by the Democrat Party. It's the same attack that we see.
Oh, homeboy, you need to talk with HLC. He's got firsthand knowledge of these so-called asylum seekers from Afghanistan that were not vetted at all. Great. I believe that the vetting process was a problem. What the fuck are you watching, dude? What are you listening to right now that was your response? He's lying. He's saying that the people from Afghanistan were then taken to the southern border and he brought in by the millions, which we didn't bring in millions. He also says that they were given social security numbers, which they weren't. He also says that they were eligible for Social Security and Medicare and SNAP, which they weren't. And he said that they were able to vote, which they weren't. Stop listening to find something that you think I'm wrong about. He's lying. And you're like, oh, actually, yes, I believe the vetting process was fucked up. In fact, they admitted, Mayorkas admitted this under oath during the Biden administration. I think it was in 2021. Might have been later than that. He was questioned under oath in front of Congress. And Mayorkas said specifically, yeah, like we did the best we could, but a lot of people were missed. And a lot of people didn't get an in-person interview. So yeah, there's a lot of people that probably could have flown under the radar. Nobody disagrees with that. What we do disagree with is everything else this guy just said, which was a lie, which you ignored because, like, oh, this guy's a lib. I want to fact check him. Just listen to what he's saying. He told a bunch of lies. You should be upset about that part.
Sean, when you have California, a sanctuary state, that is refusing to turn over even illegal alien criminals and gang members to ICE. So these are illegal aliens in California.
That's another lie. California doesn't refuse to hand them over. They refuse to participate. They refuse to help ICE do their job. That's different. Literally everything this guy says is an easy to prove lie. Why is this administration trotting him out there every day to do this type of dog shit propaganda?
Who have been arrested by California police, by California law enforcement for serious crimes, for crimes against children, for felonies, for crimes that threaten public safety, and they are refusing to hand these criminal illegal aliens over to ICE. Instead, they're freeing them back into the cities to offend and offend again. By any definition, what California is doing is criminal. It is a violation of our laws. It is one of the most...
Actually, it's not. None of that's criminal. They're actually not allowed to assist ICE. They're not supposed to be allowed to assist ICE. The states that are assisting ICE, it's more likely that they are in violation of the law. That's the gray area. The ones that are helping, that's the part where, like, we probably need a Supreme Court ruling, but that's the gray area. California is operating in a very, very green place. There is a distance that is to be maintained between state and federal law enforcement. The duties don't overlap. So California's playing it straight. It's these other states that are playing in the gray area. And I'm sure the Supreme Court will rule on the side of the Trump administration that it's fine that they do that, but it's not settled.
heinous things that I have seen in my entire...
All right. Let me read a couple comments here. Draco said, getting in the dollar train, choo-choo. Tony, thanks for joining the $5 train. Let me jump over here with Jen. Taryn said, great show. Thanks for all you do. Sorry, it's not more. Norma, thank you very much. What is that? Is that a smiley face? I like that. I don't know if I missed any more. We got about probably another hour to go, but let's see if we can knock that goal out in the next hour. All right. Moving on here from propagandist Stephen Miller. I think I skipped that. We're going to do something that I try not to do, and it's getting more and more difficult. And I'm just going to be honest. Like I've said that I'm not going to. I don't play Nick Fuentes' stuff, and I don't want to. But it's getting to a point where I feel like some of the stuff he's saying isn't getting pushback and not getting the pushback that it should. So from time to time, I am going to show stuff. And I'm referencing back to a debate I had a couple days ago with a Nick Fuentes fan who, thought Nick Fuentes was a libertarian, which he's clearly not. And I pointed out that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, both in his praise for Hitler, but also in policy. He wants what they call like national socialism. He wants a strong leader. He wants a government that is everybody is cucks to. He wants a fascist leader, and he wants everybody to obey the government. He wants everybody to obey the government so that they can get rid of black and brown people. Nick is also a sub. He's also a cuck. He's also a bitch, and he's now openly campaigning for it. And this is just for any of the groypers that come in here every day. This is some real bitch shit from Nick.
Liberty is...
Nick's about to tell you to shut the fuck up and listen to the government. We just need big government to be in charge. We need the government to be in every part of our lives. Because he's a bitchy little sub.
The problem with libertarianism is that liberty is not the highest political virtue. The highest political virtue is order. That is the greatest ordering principle. That is the greatest governing principle, order.
This is the same ideology of Andrew Wilson, and they all lie. When they go on and they debate with somebody else, they pretend that that's not their principle, but they think that whoever has the most guns, whoever has the most might rules, and they want that. They want their folks to be in charge and have all the guns and have all the military, so they can force their worldview on you. And they're not even making it. They're not even pretending anymore.
Order comes first. Liberty comes second, and order has to be maintained by a powerful state.
How's that America first? Like what part of our founding documents say that that order comes before liberty. That's what they left. He's saying until we have order, you can't have liberty. Well, for fuck's sakes, isn't that why we're here? Isn't that why they had the Declaration of Independence? Isn't that why we fought the war? Because you wanted order and we wanted liberty. To give me liberty or give me death? No, you can have order instead. If you got any groypers here, I got questions for you. You guys always talk like about liberty. You all talk about freedom. You all talk about America first. What the fuck are we talking about here? Order first? Do what you're told and love it.
Order has to be maintained by authority. And where does authority proceed from? Force, guns, overwhelming force, power that comes out of the end of a rifle, and legitimacy. The people have to believe in the authority of the state. And if these
guys, just give the state all the power. You got to trust them. You got to believe them. Okay? Get in line. Just trust them. Nothing bad ever happens when you just comply to a dictator. When has that ever gone wrong?
things are being undermined by freedom, by liberty, then you don't get liberty. And people like to say that Ben Franklin thing about liberty and safety, liberty and safety. It's about order and disorder. Forget about safety and liberty. It's about order and disorder.
This is some bitch shit. And this is what happens when you give an incel a platform. There's a lot of things that Nick Fuentes can't control because he's unpalatable. Like women, right? Women listen to him for 12 seconds, like, whew, poof. He's a 30-year-old incel. He's mad at the world. And so when somebody like that can't change the world and can't coexist in the world, they move towards order. This is every cult that's ever existed. I'm now comfortable, very comfortable saying that, like, the Groypers, that is a cult. And it's a death cult, by the way. You guys will do anything for this fucking 4'2" dipshit. You're now in a cult. You've now taken the MAGA part, and we've said MAGA's a cult, which it is. But some people are like iffy with MAGA, and so he's taken like the worst of the worst. That blame everything on immigrants, blame everything on women, blame everything on anybody that's not white, and we're in a cult together now. And the most important thing is that you follow the rules. When I was in a cult, the Mormon cult, when you went to the temple and you got married, your wife swore an oath to obey you, and you swore an oath to obey your leaders. An oath in front of God. And you used to make symbols. You used to do this and this. You used to make symbols about what would happen to you if you didn't follow the oath. I don't think we're far away from that. But this is some dangerous cult shit. And this is exactly what we were afraid of. We were afraid that a bunch of angry people on the internet we're going to say, yeah, dude, we should really be in power. Women should shut the fuck up. Stop telling us that we're gross or creepy. We don't have to listen to them. We've got Nick goddamn Fuentes. And so wherever that loser is that told me that he liked Nick Fuentes because he liked freedom and because Nick Fuentes was a libertarian, I'd love to have another chat with him. Because what he's talking about right now is turning over all your rights to one leader. And I think most of you would turn all your rights over to him.
And what Hobbes writes is that even a bad order is better than disorder, than chaos, than a war of all against all, a total collapse of authority. Because do you know what happens when the power goes out? Rape. Okay.
Mormon sounds like Freemasonry because, fun fact, the founder of Mormonism, Joseph Smith, was a Mason. And one of the reasons, allegedly, that he was killed is because he stole their signs and put them in the temple. There's like secret handshakes and secret signs, and he stole them from the Masonic lodge that he was a part of, and that's why they wanted to kill him. So that's why it sounds like Freemasonry, because he stole it.
Rape, murder, looting, pillage, marauding, barbarism.
Thanks, Sheila.
An orgy of the crowds, an orgy of violence and chaos and hatred and anger. Okay, it's like the kinds of war crimes in Abu Ghraib, okay? It's like the kinds of war crimes committed in...
Well, interesting that he didn't say Germany. Conspicuously left out Germany.
Vietnam, in Iraq. When you have a total collapse.
Germany? Anybody? Germany?
Of order, you get things that it's beyond human comprehension. So,
like the Holocaust, maybe? This is such bullshit. It's not disorder that causes any of these problems. It's legitimately exactly what he's talking about. It's one person thinking, hey, we've got to establish order. It might be a rebel group, it might be an existing government, but it comes from somebody who wants order. If you ever hear somebody talking about order, fucking run. This is like it's on a smaller level, but this is what this whole administration is talking about. Sean Duffy, for Christ's sakes, is out there like, you know what the problem with airlines is? It's not that they'll cancel your flight if they don't sell enough tickets. It's not that they're jamming you into these little planes. It's that nobody dresses nicely enough. We need order. So when you go on there, you need to dress nicely. Like everything is literally about like optics and order and following orders and doing what you're told to do and how patriotic it is if you just follow orders. This is the Hitler Youth. This like his podcast. See this little sign right, this cup right here? That says America First. That slogan is the slogan from the American Nazi Party. And he knows that, and Trump knows that. They all know that. They're all Nazis. And they will do what the Nazis did. Because at some point, the problem with what Nick is saying is there's a point where murder becomes justified. Again, back to my cult, like at some point, the Mormons decided we can break laws. Joseph Smith said, I don't like that newspaper that's writing articles about me. Have it destroyed. Destroy their press. Donald Trump says, I don't like these people that are talking about me in the news. Pull their licenses. Brendan Carr this morning is out openly saying that ABC, CBS, NBC should lose their license until they cancel late night shows that make fun of Donald Trump. It's operating like any cult leader, like any fascist ever did. And he's up here cheerleading it. Why? Because Nick thinks he's going to be part of it. He thinks he's going to be one of the leaders. Nick is a bitch. Somebody will hijack his group. I don't know what he and the Groypers are thinking, but they don't give a fuck about you, and you don't have the power that you think you have. The power of numbers is no match for the people that are above you. It's no match for the oligarchs. It's no match for the deep state. It's no match for the government. They'll take down anybody they want to. They'll take your whole movement. If they have to, they'll just kill you, and then they'll tell you that they're doing what you wanted. And your people will just believe it because they've been conditioned to follow the leader. That's why you shouldn't have a movement with like a singular leader. Never works out very well.
This is a very free country. This is one of the freest countries to ever exist. And the problem is that those things are starting to become undermined. The authority, the force and the legitimacy that founds the authority of the state, which holds the country together, which enforces the laws. And libertarians, they have a little bit too much faith in people and a little bit too much faith in the individual. I don't believe in the individual.
No.
And I'm individualistic, but I'm not an individualist. Individualism only makes sense in a white, Christian, patriarchal society.
There it is. Only in a cult. Only in a ethno-state. Okay? Do you hear what he's saying? Groypers? Sorry, we got to take away your freedom for a while. We got to take away your freedom for a while until it's only good white Christians. Then you can have your freedom back. Don't worry, we'll give it back. Don't worry. They never give it back. If you're following this guy, you're a dipshit. They never get it back. He wants you to give all your power to the government so we can get rid of black and brown people, and then you'll live in paradise. No, you won't. You know what, Nick? They'll turn on you. They'll turn on you because of your background. They'll turn on you because you're not pure enough. You're not Aryan pure. Eventually, they all turn. There's no end to the division. It's crazy. You guys got it. You guys got to stop following this dipshit.
The problem with libertarianism is that liberty is not the highest political virtue. The highest political virtue is order. That is the greatest ordering principle. That is the greatest governing principle, order.
There's this thing that happens in all of these cults is that they tell you that the best thing that you can do is be loyal and follow orders. Right? Like when I was a Mormon missionary, what was always celebrated was when somebody had something that they enjoyed. Like, for example, I had one person I remember getting baptized that they used to go out every Sunday. He ran a McDonald's franchise, and he worked Monday through Saturday. And every Sunday was his one break. And Sunday morning he would go out and he'd play golf with his buddies, and then he would come home from golf, and then he and his family would go out to dinner on Sunday night. And they had this great thing going. So he got to see his friends, he got to relax. Then when he's done relaxing, he came home and he went out to dinner with his family. And I remember when they became Mormon, you can't spend money on Sunday anymore. So his Sunday, he no longer had a day where he could see his friends, lost all his friends, and he couldn't go out to eat. So his family went to church on Sunday where they gave 10% of their money, and then they stayed at home and they sat around at home, and it didn't make him happier. But everybody celebrated that. They're like, look how great this guy is. Look at what he sacrificed. He sacrificed his friends for what? For nothing. So when you find yourself in a group that celebrates following orders, and it celebrates not thinking for yourself and not thinking for the individual, run fast. Should be celebrated. Like, this is how all of these like manosphere bro podcasts make it too. And they all sell classes, and they're like, pussies are the ones that quit. Everybody who keeps going, those are the real men. And so you got some poor like 23-year-old kid who winds up $20K in debt and never has the swagger to get a following, and they wind up just $20K in debt, and then they quit. And when they quit, all the people from their group abandon them. They never hear from them again, and they go, "Oh, he just couldn't make it. He wasn't putting in the real work. This works for everybody who's willing to try and work 20 hours a day. Maybe he was working 18 hours a day. He should have worked 19." The same shit that they say when you join an MLM. Oh yeah, they lost 10K, but they didn't fully invest. Burn the ships. When I worked at a door-to-door company, we used to have a lot of like management. They'd give these dudes like a hype train. They'd be like, "Hey, when you come out to sell for the summer for 4 months and go door-to-door and sell people alarm systems, burn the bridges, burn the ships. Stop talking to your friends, your family. Don't have hobbies. Abandon all of that because you'll regret it if you don't." And some people would do really well, and some people didn't. And those people that didn't, they burned the ships for no reason. Sometimes they lost friends, they lost family. Don't fall for this shit. This is just somebody who wants power over you. And he tells you this. Why? Because if he tells you this and he now puts himself as the leader, you come back and you give him money. And god damn it, does this motherfucker make a lot of money. Like a lot of money. He makes a lot of money off of people who think that they're free thinkers, who are now being told, no more free thinking. Follow orders.
Order comes first. Liberty comes second. And order has to be maintained by a powerful state. Order has to be maintained.
You can get your liberty in a minute. Not right now. Right now is for order. Right now is for following directions. But if you're a good boy, you'll get your liberty. That's what they tell us Mormons too. It's okay if in this world like things don't go well. In the afterlife, you're going to be so very happy. You're going to love it so much. If indigenous people weren't nice, wouldn't nobody be here. Ryan said, "Fuck these bitch boys, Fuentes and Stephen Miller, just angry little guys. Keep up the good, honest work for freedom. Thanks." Guy Fox said, "For Jen specifically." Kristi said, "Stephen Miller is an evil troll." That's hard to argue, Kristi. That's really hard to argue. You update this and we'll play this other one. Where's Bree? Is Bree here?
He's trying to fuck RTP. She'll make him better than a cherry. Bree's trying to fuck RTP. Bree's trying to fuck RTP.
She's not anymore. She's given up. It was a good call for her to give up, but we love Bree if Bree's here. All right. I'm sorry you guys had to stomach Nick Fuentes for a minute. It's just been on my mind. I hope I don't have to show a lot of him, but god damn is he making that change. Somebody brought this up earlier in the chat, so I want to show it. Kristi Noem was asked about Trump. Trump tweeted out. Do I have the tweet? I think it's going to show the tweet here. Trump used a term that a lot of people haven't heard since they studied the Holocaust, and Kristi Noem was asked about that.
President Trump wrote on Thursday, quote, "Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation." On Friday, DHS posted, quote, "Remigration now." As you probably know, this term has been used in different situations, but including by the far right in Europe to call for the mass deportation of non-white immigrants. How specifically does the Trump administration define remigration?
Well, President Trump has been working towards cleaning up the mess that Joe Biden left us ever since he came into the White House.
It's not going to answer it. They're just openly saying that what Nick said. We need an ethno state. We got to get rid of everybody that's here that we don't like. They're just, I mean, the campaign or this administration was launched on like attacking marginalized people, and they're going to keep going. And anytime somebody from a marginalized group does anything wrong, they take that one person and they apply that to the whole of the group. Trump's now talking about undoing the protected status that he gave Venezuelans. You know they're going to try and go after Somalians. You know they're going to go after the people that came from Afghanistan. And it's just a pathetic existence. Somebody, I don't know who it was in the other day, you said, like, all I do is attack other people's beliefs, but I have none of my own. No, I do. I do like individualism. I'm the opposite of that belief. I think that you should be responsible for the things that you do. If you break the law, I think you should be held responsible. If you hurt somebody, I think you should be responsible. If you work hard, I think that you should see the benefits from working hard. I think as an individual, you should have the same rights that I do and the same rights that everybody else does. And when somebody who looks like me does something wrong, I don't think I should pay the price for that. I think that that person should pay the price for what they did wrong. So when somebody who came over here from Afghanistan after the pullout shoots a National Guard member, I think that person should suffer the consequences. I don't think everybody else who didn't shoot anybody should suffer the consequences. I think whatever we might say about that Minnesota lawsuit, because it's in limbo and it's been overturned, but let's just say that those people defrauded Medicare for $7 million. I think that those people should be held accountable, and I think they should lose their immigration status. I think that they should. I don't know what their status is, but if they are not a citizen of the United States, I do think that they should lose their immigration status for stealing. I think that that's fine, but I don't think that everybody else in their community should suffer. And that's the difference between us or me. I'll just say me. That's the difference between me and this dumb bitch. That's the difference. I think individuals should be held responsible. I don't think that people who look like other people who did something bad should be held responsible for those things. Those are my principles. I don't want to hear a goddamn thing about principles from Nick fucking Fuentes, who every time he goes on TV lie like, "Oh, I'm not a Nazi." Oh, the fuck you aren't. You're literally advocating for Nazism. Your podcast is named after their slogan. I'm tired of, and I'm tired of you, whoever said that, I'm tired of you dipshits fucking specifically, because you don't have anything to say either. You let Nick do all your talking, because you don't know what the fuck to say. Every time we give one of you dumb motherfuckers a mic, you just don't like Nick because he gets an audience. You don't have anything to say. You like what Nick sells you because you don't have a single original thought in your fucking head, and you don't know how to come to answers. But you do like that Nick blames other people, and you do like that Nick points to you and goes, "White, good. Brown, bad." And you're like, "I'm white. I'm good. Yay. Thanks, Nick." I have a problem with you dipshit, lazy motherfuckers. And I have a problem with Nick Fuentes. And I would, like, anybody would say it to Nick Fuentes' face. You know what we don't like about Nick? We don't like that Nick abuses you folks. We don't like that Nick found a target demographic of dumb motherfuckers to indoctrinate, to make them think like, "Oh, you're really mediocre, but it's not your fault. It's immigrants' fault. That's why you're so fucking mediocre." That's why I hate Nick Fuentes. Because Nick has an audience. He could build you up. He could help you become a productive member of society. He could help you be better, a better father, a better husband, a better friend, a better family member. He could do all of that. But instead he tells you, "Oh, brown people are ruining your lives. And, you know, women really shouldn't vote." And you do it because you're soft as baby shit. And you don't like that you get rejected all the time in regular society, and you don't want to accept that maybe it's because you have horrific views. And Nick coddles you, and he powders your little beaten asses. And you're like, thanks, Nick. Thanks for being so soft with us and telling us that we're not the problem. He's a snake oil salesman. That's my problem with Nick. It's easy to do what Nick does. It's easy to do what all these right-wing grifters do. That's fucking easy. It's easy to tell people that brown people and women and LGBTQ people are the problem. That's easy. Just make them feel good and they'll pay you money. And they do, and you do. Because all you want to do is be coddled. I don't know if it's mommy issues, daddy issues, like nobody ever told you were good at anything. But that's why I raise my kid, and I tell her every day what she does well. And that's why I celebrate when she treats other people kindly. And that's why we don't talk about how what happens to her is somebody else's problem. We talk about like the individual and owning what you do and making sure that you help others where you can. That's my fucking problem. Is what Nick does is exposed a bunch of whiny little bitches who can't get someplace on their own, and they got this 5'2" little dipshit telling him every day, it's not your fault, it's because of the brown people. He hasn't accomplished anything. He's a professional victim. All of you are professional victims. That's what being MAGA is. Just blame all of your problems on black and brown people. And in the meantime, people don't want to be around you anymore. So the world is passing you by. And now you're faced with the reality that, guess what? The world doesn't believe what you believe. And now you're going to be a minority, and you're going to be an angry minority. And you have at least enough sense to know that historically, people who are angry minorities don't get treated very well. And so now you're panicking. Well, we got to get rid of all these people who don't like us. Oh, look at all these people who look differently than me that don't think that we should be Nazis. We got to get them out of the country. And so you blame all your problems on them instead of just being like, yeah, maybe I should just not be a fucking racist loser. I could just do that instead. That's my problem with Fuentes. That's my problem with all these right-wing grifters. It's easy to do over there. It's very easy to do over there. Just wake up every day, tell people they're the victims, and that it's a whole group of people that you can easily identify with your eyes. You don't need to know anything about their character or where they came from or what they're actually doing. It's just like, oh, that person's wearing a hijab? Oh, bad. Oh, that person's speaking Spanish? Bad. Oh, black person? Bad. Oh, woman? Bad. And he just dumbs it down to a way that every single person you see that doesn't look like you is actually the problem. And you're going to sit around, like, even if you were able to accomplish what he wanted, you'd sit around and you'd look around and you go, uh-oh, guess we're going to jack each other off. And, oh, fuck, everybody here is a fucking idiot. Oh, that's a problem. How are we going to run a country full with just fucking idiots? You're not. It's a bad move. It's a bad move to get rid of the smartest people in this country, which, unfortunately, in this country now for you guys are women, specifically black women. They're far more educated than you. Because you've been told, like, don't go to school. No, just listen to Nick Fuentes. And you're going to be in a not so distant future. This country is going to be run by people that you really fucking hate. And they might remember that. So I guess deal with it when it happens. But you don't have to be this way. You could just change. You could just start viewing people based on their own individual merits rather than what they look like or where they come from. Or you can just continue to be a whiny little victim and blame every problem you have on people who don't look like you. Does that answer your question about Nick? Does that answer it? Only liberals are playing victim. I just showed you 2.5 minutes of Nick playing victim. Then I just showed you Kristi Noem playing victim. How many more people do I need to show you playing victim? I showed you Stephen Miller playing victim. Here's, let's see. Is this Kristi Noem as well? Make sure of this one. Yeah, here's Kristi Noem again. Let's see who's playing victim here now.
To my final topic. In a filing in federal court this week, the Justice Department said that when the administration was ordered back in March to stop sending detained migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct? Do you acknowledge that?
You know, we have court filings going on and decisions that are going forward. I'll let them continue to play through that process.
But did you make that?
She's so dumb. Okay, but now she's about to admit to a crime. Kristi Noem's probably going to go to jail after this. I mean, like eventually. She's about to admit to a crime here. She shouldn't have done this. I don't know who. And by the way, holy fucking new face. Did she do more work? She's unrecognizable. Her face is longer now. She really doubled up on the bottom lip injections there. That's a whole ass new person.
I'm proud of President Trump and his leadership and the decisions that we have made, and the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security, and we will continue to do the right thing and ensure.
It is against the law to ignore a Supreme Court order. You just admitted to a crime on national television. And you did it because you're dumb. Because Kristi Noem's just pretty dumb. And they chose a pretty dumb person, and I say pretty because people look at her, Republicans, every time we show Kristi Noem, they're like, yeah, but she's hot. Yeah, sure. If that's your style, great. But she's dumb, and she just admitted to defying a Supreme Court order on national television. Said this is for all those in the chat who have the dog in them to fight in this political climate, and for all the dog lovers. Thank you. Okay, what is that? Oakley's to go. Proud Atheist said, fuck Donald J. Trump because YouTube changed my username back and I don't get to hear you say it when you read my comments. That sucks. Anyways, that's a crime.
The dangerous criminals are removed.
So that you're saying that it
eventually all the Trump administration is going to have to make like an Argentina exit. And I have this sneaking suspicion that what they're going to do is they're all going to tie a piece of rope to these big ass lips and they're just going to float away like up off of Kristi Noem's lips. Just
as your decision, it sounds like the judge wanted to ensure that people were given due process. He said very clearly, quote, any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States, but those people need to be returned to the United States. However that's accomplished, I leave to you. But this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. Did you defy the...
I might have said Supreme Court earlier. District Court. I don't remember if I said Supreme Court order. District Court order. I think I did say Supreme Court.
Court's order, Madam Secretary.
No, Kristen, and that's one of the things that we continue to face across this country is activist judges who are using radical decisions that have no standing and no grounds to try to stop what President Trump is doing to protect America and to keep us safe. So we'll continue to do the right thing, continue to work and protect Americans no matter what radical judge comes out and tries to stop us. We'll do the right thing and know that we're on the side of the law, the side of the Constitution, and the side of the American people. I'm
still just going to ignore the courts. She's just saying it. Yeah, we're going to ignore courts. We don't give a fuck about any of that. There's no out there. If Republicans ever lose office, if they don't do fascism, she's going to jail. You think the Trump pardon or the Biden pardons are bad? Wait till the list Trump pardons people on his way out. I mean, none of them will probably go to jail, for being honest. Only the ones that like committed state crimes, because Trump will pardon all of them, but they should be going to jail. It's a crazy thing that we do in this country where the president can just like pardon all of his criminal friends. I'm a big fan of not doing pardons ever again. But I do want to I want to talk about what she was talking about earlier when they were when she was asked about remigration and Trump talking about remigration. There was something in Germany called the Reich citizenship law, and Donald Trump, whether he knows it or not, and he may not know it, Donald Trump is just following the Nazi playbook because Stephen Miller is the one that's running this whole show. Stephen Miller, all these people, Kristi Noem, she's reporting to Stephen Miller. And what they're recreating is called the Reich citizenship law. It was passed in September 15th of 1935, and it restricted German citizenship to those of German or related blood. Jews were stripped of their citizenship and reclassified as subjects of the state rather than citizens. As a consequence, Jews lost all full political rights, including the right to vote and hold public office, which is exactly what they're advocating for people that came over from Afghanistan, from Somalia, anybody who's come from Venezuela. It's literally what, like, you can call it whatever you want. You can say that they're not Nazis, but how many more times do they have to copy the Nazi playbook? It's exactly what they're doing. I'm a proud atheist. I hear you. I just don't know if he's that smart. That's the only way that he doesn't know. I could see Stephen Miller not explaining it to him because it's hard to draw a picture of that. And we all know that Trump, like when somebody comes in to talk to Trump, they have to draw him pictures. So it's possible he doesn't know.
Thanks for the sub.
Yeah, Russ Vought's talking about it too. I mean, this is the most I don't. This is the most blatant like recreation of Nazism I've ever seen. And even now, Republicans who recognize that it is the same as Nazism, they're like, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, maybe they had it right. I want to show you. Like I told you earlier, I watched the JFK, Oliver Stone. I want to show you cooked out Joe Rogan, who apparently now is going to a Christian church, and that tracks. It's like a very conspiratorial Christian church. Like they spend a lot of time in the Old Testament in Revelations. I don't know what podcast he's on here. He's a guest on whatever the fuck podcast this is. And listen to how cooked Joe Rogan's brain has become now.
Do you ever hear the Tucker Carlson Nixon story?
No.
Okay. So Tucker Carlson came on my podcast and he's like, do you know that Nixon was the most popular president in history? Like when he won by the biggest landslide ever, right? And
that is not true. And everybody who heard this knows that's not true. I think it was Reagan, right? Reagan over Mondale. Like everybody knows that's not true about Nixon. And Nixon lost like other ones. Yeah. It's not, he wasn't that popular.
Nixon had a vice president, Spiro Agnew. Spiro Agnew gets brought up on corruption charges. So Spiro Agnew has to resign. Then they bring in Gerald Ford, who is a complete moron. But the reason why they brought in Gerald Ford, who also, by the way, was on the Warren Commission report, they bring in Gerald Ford to replace.
Yeah. I don't know if he's saying in or when he says on the commission report, I think he's saying part of the commission. But like Nixon was involved with Ford too.
Him if anything happens, right? So it's the vice president. Then they immediately hit him with Watergate. So Nixon did not coordinate Watergate. Watergate was coordinated by the FBI. It was all FBI agents that did it, and then they brought it to him.
This is crazy. There's tapes. He did coordinate it. That's why he got in trouble. There's tapes. He was talking about it. He was taping himself. And by the way, Joe Rogan, CIA. They were all CIA, not FBI. Everybody that broke into Watergate, except for one person, was ex-CIA. One person had briefly worked for the FBI. This dude's brain, like, all you have to do is just be a right-winger with a lot of followers, and you just go tell Joe Rogan things, and he's like, okay. Nixon was very popular. No. He won by a landslide. No. Squeaked by after losing previous elections. And everybody there was a member of the FBI. Wrong again. CIA.
Him.
And why did Nixon have so many people that were members of the CIA? You want to talk about who else was around this same group of people? You go look at the Warren Commission. Go look at the JFK files. You know who was good friends with everybody listed in there? Richard Nixon. I think you could make a strong argument that Richard Nixon was left out of them, despite the fact that there was plenty of belief or plenty of smoke that Richard Nixon was keenly aware of what was happening behind the scenes, trying to overthrow JFK.
And what he was guilty of was saying, cover it up. So they were talking about covering up. He agreed to that, and that's what they got him on. They set him up. Bob Woodward was an intelligence agent.
Naval spy ring.
Yes. And his very first job as a reporter is Watergate. Now, if you know anything about the hierarchical structure of any kind of newsroom, there's not a fucking chance in hell.
I didn't fact check this, but let's figure it out. Woodward got the Watergate story primarily through, let's see. He followed up on the burglary, discovering one of the burglars was a former CIA employee who worked for President Nixon's reelection. Then he had Deep Throat. What was that his first story? Let's see. No. Wait. Al Lewis had it first. I don't know. Was it his first? Does anybody know if that was actually Woodward's very first story? Did I say Henry Ford? Sorry if I said Henry Ford. I meant Gerald Ford. I don't know. I don't know if that was their first story or not. Anyways.
rookie reporter is going to get the big story that's going to take down the fucking president. Not a chance. And so Nixon apparently had been saying, I know who killed JFK and I know why they did it.
So, yes, this is, and okay, do you know who Deep Throat was? Who was basically Bob Woodward's source?
I forget.
Mark Felt, who's the deputy director of the FBI.
Right, exactly.
And then you have G. Gordon Liddy probably pulling off Watergate.
Yes.
Jeff Shepard, who went on Tucker Carlson's show, expounds on all this stuff. But
I just wanted to end it there. I just want to show that how Brogan just gets, he just believes anything they say. By the way, Nixon, I've found no credible evidence that Nixon was set up because he knew who killed JFK. He could have just released that. That's a weird thing. Nixon was friends with all of the people who were suspected when they investigated the CIA. Nixon was friends with all of those people, so maybe he knew. Maybe he tried on his way out to say like, "Hey, if you don't take me down, I'll rat." But he never ratted either, so I don't know. All right, real quick though, I do want to show you this historic highs and lows. These are the approval ratings. Now, Rogan said that Nixon was the most popular president ever. His highest approval rating was 70% in February of 1973, and his lowest came a year later at 23%. Not even close. Ford had a higher approval rating, so did Carter, so did George H.W. Bush, so did Clinton, so did Bush, so did Obama. Not Biden, and historic low is Donald Trump, whose highest was in March of 2019. His highest approval rating was 49%. That's actually the lowest. And so Nixon was out. He beat Reagan. Is that it? Just Reagan, Trump, and Biden. Is that it? Historically unpopular, I think, is maybe what he meant. Maybe that's what he meant. All right. We're a little over. Let me skip this stuff. I'll do the DNI stuff tomorrow. I want to talk about Trump's pardons. And we'll end with this because it's clear that like Trump is establishing an oligarchy and he's just now flat out pardoning criminals. There's two more now that we'll cover here in a second, but I wanted to go back and just cover some of his pardons that he's already done. And you tell me if this is America first or you first or MAGA first, or is it just Donald Trump getting rich?
Is founder of Binance, the world's largest exchange for cryptocurrency, or digital money on the internet.
Android, thank you very much. Burned Out Medic, thank you as well. I'll update the gift goal, and then we got about 30 minutes. If we can knock that out, that'd be great.
2023, Zhao and his company pled guilty to failing to prevent money laundering on Binance. Binance paid a $4 billion fine. Zhao served a 4-month sentence.
He's one of the richest men in the world, and he was essentially allowing his company to be used as a platform to finance criminal activity, to send money to terrorist organizations, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, ISIS, and he was prosecuted criminally for that.
Elizabeth Oyer knows pardons. She was in charge of vetting pardon applications at the Justice Department. She's been a critic of the Trump administration since she was replaced last spring by a Trump loyalist.
In case you so there's pardon attorneys, and historically speaking, if you want to grant a pardon, it goes before a board of pardon attorneys, and they kind of basically decide: is this warranted? Is it okay? Does this person deserve a pardon? And the president still has discretion, but historically speaking, the president largely has taken the recommendations from the pardon attorneys. And in this case, Trump got rid of all the pardon attorneys, and he just put in loyalists so that he could pardon whoever the fuck he wanted. And so what used to exist where they'd be like, wait a minute, this person gave the president millions of dollars and they absolutely committed this crime? Yeah, why would they get a pardon? There's no injustice here. That's what the pardons are for, is to correct injustice. But Trump wanted to sell pardons, and so he got rid of all the pardon attorneys like Liz Oyer here.
Oyer told us Zhao wasn't close to meeting Justice Department guidelines for a pardon. You would describe this pardon as unusual?
The influence that money played in securing this pardon is unprecedented. The self-dealing aspect of the pardon in terms of the benefit that it conferred on President Trump and his family and people in his inner circle is also unprecedented.
Thank you, Alter, for the gifted subs there. Let's hear from Liz Oil again. So there's one. There's Sheng Pen's out. Then we're going to move on to Trevor Milton. If you remember Trevor Milton, he's a fellow Mormon. Shout out Trevor Milton. He's the one that had a company called Nikola, and they had it was supposed to be hydrogen powered vehicles. It was electric at first, then it was hydrogen powered, and he had like a diesel, and it was going to be the first hydrogen powered diesel. And they put out this promo video of this hydrogen powered diesel going down the freeway, and what they didn't tell you is that there wasn't even an engine in there. It was just rolling down a hill, and he scammed a bunch of investors, and he got caught. And then he gave Trump, I think, $2 million, and Trump gave him a full pardon and no longer requires him to pay back all of his investors. So all of his investors got screwed out of all that money. Milton doesn't have to pay him back. He's just now a millionaire investing in new things.
To share. I'm Liz Oyer, the former pardon attorney for the Department of Justice. I just received a demand letter from lawyers for Brad Bondi, the brother of Attorney General Pam Bondi. They are asking me to retract my post about Trevor Milton, who received a full pardon after making a $1.8 million donation to the Trump
1.8. Sorry, I said 2 million. That's my bad. $1.8 million to Trump
campaign. The letter begins.
By the way, one other thing to point out here is that these donations going to his campaign and also to like his presidential library, Trump has gutted all the departments that like the watchdogs, and Congress, obviously, who has oversight of this, they're not going to give a fuck. And so Trump essentially has said, you can donate to my campaign or to my presidential library or the inauguration fund. And since nobody's actually doing oversight, he does whatever he wants with that money. It was already like loose enough that you could kind of move this money around and pay it to like entities that you owned. But now he's just flat out just taking that money, and nobody gives a fuck.
Ms. Oyer, we represent Mr. Brad Bondi. We recently learned of a TikTok video wherein you make a statement that Mr. Trevor Milton obtained a pardon from the current administration due to hiring Mr. Bondi. The letter goes on to say that Brad Bondi had nothing to do with Milton's pardons. So here are some facts. Court records show that Brad Bondi entered a formal appearance as Trevor Milton's criminal defense attorney in July of 2021. He represented Milton throughout his criminal trial. His name appears on...
Oh, can we also remember that Pam Bondi's really only clear role before the Trump administration was being a very corrupt attorney general in Florida, followed by a lobbyist for Qatar. That's what she did. She's not a real like Department of Justice person. She's not law and order. She's all corruption all the time. So is her brother.
The court docket over 100 times. And as of today, he is still listed as an attorney of record for Trevor Milton.
Whoops.
But Bondi wants you to know that he did not work on the pardon. Got it? Bondi's lawyers actually sent me what I guess they think is proof. It's an interview with Milton on a local news station. He is quite a guy. Milton was asked, "Did you buy yourself a pardon?" He said, quote, "Oh, heck no. I wouldn't even know how to do that, first of all. Second of all, that would be..."
Yeah, because it's illegal. You're not supposed to be able to buy them.
"Illegal to do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know the right people to do that." He's then asked if Brad Bondi helped him. He says, "Oh, Brad Bondi? He's amazing, but no." I'd actually encourage you to watch this whole interview in full because it shows the caliber of person that Trump is pardoning. Milton talks about his victims, who he says he does not plan to repay. But he says he's not heartless, and he's working on some other ventures, so there may be opportunities to invest with him in the future. I guess that could keep Brad Bondi busy for a while.
You guys want to, if there's MAGA left here, do you guys want to give me any reason why any of these people should have been pardoned? It got quiet in here, didn't it? Why in the world is he pardoning these people? All of them screwed over like regular American citizens. Just stole their money. Why is Trump pardoning them? What about Joe Biden? Those were commutations, G-Ma. Those weren't pardons. You need to know the difference. In these pardons, these are financial crimes they don't have to pay back. The commutations you're talking about, GMA, would still, if people still had to pay money back, they would have to pay that money back still. They weren't full and unconditional pardons. So if you want to try again there. But Joe Biden, I'm asking you why Trump's pardoning these people, GMA. Are you going to answer that, or do you only talk bad about Joe Biden? Are you that far in the cult? Is there anybody here that can explain to me why these people are being pardoned right now? I know Biden didn't pardon 1,500 drug dealers and killers. That's a lie. You're just all going to lie. I don't want to discuss this. I just want to talk about Joe Biden. Look how many people Joe Biden pardoned that have killed. Are you going to answer this question or no? I'll look at them. We'll see how many. I'll look. You answer the question, or whoever answered that, whoever said that. You tell me why Trump pardoned these people, and we'll talk. Did Biden pardon any murderers? Let's see. Biden commutes sentences of 37 federal death row prisoners. So they went from being murdered to life without parole. Took the 37 that were on death row, so they were sentenced to murder, and he gave them life without parole instead. A little short, 37's a little short of 1,500. I'm talking about the ones I just showed you, ma'am. Jima. I'm talking about Shangbeng Zhao or Trevor Milton. Why is he pardoning financial criminals who just happen to give him millions of dollars? Oh, we'll get there. Let's talk about Joseph Schwartz now. Same. Liz Oyer's carrying the weight for us today. Thanks, Liz.
Trump's latest pardon is going to blow your mind. This is Joseph Schwartz. He owned a nursing home empire called Skyline with facilities in 11 states.
I didn't say that he's pardoned people who committed atrocities to children. I asked you why the fuck he pardoned these people. You goddamn psychopaths. Answer a fucking question. Why is he pardoning these people? He didn't pardon murderers. I didn't ask that. Why did he pardon these people? Just answer it. To piss me off, to own the libs. Cool.
Schwartz stole $38 million from the paychecks of his employees, money that was supposed to cover their health care and retirement benefits. Schwartz pleaded guilty.
Cool. Stole their employees' money that pays for health care and retirement. So he stole their health care and their retirement. Why would we pardon this guy? Anybody who says Joe Biden from now is muted for the rest of the live. You guys, I gave you the chance. You've said Joe Biden a million times. Biden now gets you muted for the rest of the live. You mods, have a fucking heyday. I need one of you to have a little bit of courage and explain why he's pardoning these people.
To tax fraud, and in April of this year, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. But last week, Donald Trump granted him a full pardon after he served just 3 months of his sentence. This is a strange pardon even for Trump, because back in April, Trump's handpicked U.S. attorney, Alina Habba, issued a press release publicly thanking all of the agents and investigators who helped put
They might not like me, Patrick. You might be right about that.
Schwartz in prison. So why did Schwartz get a pardon? Trump hasn't told us, but here's what we know. Earlier this year, Schwartz paid 2 lobbyists $960,000 to seek a pardon for him. We know that because the lobbyists filed this disclosure form, which is required by law. So who are these lobbyists? Their names are Jack.
We're hiring lobbyists? A convicted felon is hiring lobbyists to lobby for him? For what reason? No, they don't have to steal back the money that they stole. Not all of them. I don't know about this one. They'll get to it. But Trevor Milton doesn't. If you do a full and unconditional pardon, you don't have to pay it back. I know there's one that you do have to pay back, and that might be this one.
Berkman and Jacob Wohl. They are far-right conspiracy theorists and convicted felons. They're known for elaborate scams, including several failed attempts to frame public figures for phony sexual assaults. During the 2020 presidential election, Berkman and Wall ran a voter intimidation campaign targeting Black communities. They made tens of thousands of robocalls spreading disinformation intended to scare people out of voting. They were convicted of felony election fraud charges in Michigan and Ohio. They were also fined over $6 million by federal and state authorities.
There you go. Thank you, NC Fireman. He pardoned them because they paid for pardons. Thank you.
But now, things are looking up for these two con artists. Trump's pardon of Joseph Schwartz has put nearly $1 million into their pockets. Is this a quid pro quo for their efforts to help Trump win the 2020 election? I don't know. But what I do know is that we now have convicted fraudsters lobbying for pardons on behalf of other convicted fraudsters, and it seems to be working. This incredible corruption of the pardon power is flying under the radar. You can help raise awareness by sharing this post and by asking your elected reps to demand accountability for presidential pardons.
All right. Let's look over here. She has an actual pardon tracker, which is, oh, shit. Okay, I'll pay her. That's fine. Hold on one second. Just had to hide some stuff from you guys. Oh my God. I don't need that. Now it's got to tell me why. I don't want that. All right, fuck, never mind. Not gonna pull it up. And now I have to. She makes you jump through a lot of hoops there. All right, let me check comments real quick. We'll keep going. Android, thank you. Burned Out Medic, thank you very much. Natalie says, what scares me is Dems are just as bad. They just hide behind more social programs. Are you talking about with I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Just bad. You sent that a little while ago, so sorry. I'm not sure. Just because I love the show. Thank you, Raina. Appreciate that. Johnny, hope you're doing well. Said happily supporting the show. I appreciate you very much, Johnny. Hope you're feeling good. And Justin said to contribute to the Cuck Fund. Thank you very much. All right, a couple more here. This is the one that a lot of people were talking about. This is the Juan Orlando Hernandez. Now, remember, Donald Trump cares an awful lot about drug cartels and drug trafficking. He said, if Tito Asfura wins for president of Honduras because the United States has so much confidence in him, his policies, and what he will do for the great people of Honduras will be very supportive. If he doesn't win, the United States will not be throwing good money after bad because a wrong leader can only bring catastrophic results to a country, no matter which country it is. Tito will be a great president, and the United States will work closely with him in order to ensure the success with all of its potentials of Honduras. Additionally, I will be granting a full and complete pardon to former President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who has been, according to many people that I greatly respect, treated very harshly and unfairly. This cannot be allowed to happen, especially now after Tito Asfura wins the election, when Honduras will be on its way to great political and financial success. That's cool. He's a convicted drug trafficker.
Hey guys,
King
I have a
Zhao
wild
is
story.
founder of.
Let's go here. Trump was asked about it. He doesn't seem to know what they're talking about here. On the one hand, we want to kill Maduro because he traffics drugs allegedly without evidence, and on the other hand, we're pardoning a drug trafficker who once said, if I have it here, he once said he bragged of shoving drugs right up the noses of the gringos. And this is what Trump had to say about it.
It's so clear how you want to keep drugs out of the U.S. Can you explain more about why you can pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about.
Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Well, I was told, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. Not only Biden, but Biden didn't do it a lot. But it was the people that surround the Resolute desk, surround Biden when he was there, which was about very little time. And the people of Honduras really thought he was set up, and it was a terrible thing. He was the president of the country, and they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country. And they said it was a
All right, that's enough of that. Let me show you this because we are going to go a little longer because I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. But I just want to show you that this from the indictment. During Alvarado's trial, a photograph recovered from Hernandez's cell phone that depicts a machine gun inscribed with Hernandez's name was introduced as evidence. Also introduced as evidence were drug ledgers belonging to another former Honduran drug trafficker that contained notations along with his name, along with corresponding entries reflecting large payments to Hernandez Alvarado. About a week after Hernandez Alvarado was convicted on or about October 26, 2019, prisoners armed with machetes and firearms murdered CC2 in a Honduran prison. Honduran president planned to shove drugs right up the noses of the gringos, according to witness in the New York drug case. There's a headline there. So not only was he murdering people and taking bribes, he also said, we're just going to shove drugs right up their noses. And now a full and unconditional pardon from Donald Trump. Isn't that cool? Here's what I think this is really about. Remember Prospera? Prospera was Prospera is like this libertarian wet dream in Honduras. And it was backed by Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen. I don't remember if Elon Musk had money in there, but all of these libertarians they have this idea. And their idea is that they'll go to these other countries and they'll buy plots of land and they'll negotiate basically terms that allow them to operate independently outside of the government. So they did this in Honduras. And this dude, Hernandez, negotiated with them. And of course he did because they can just bribe him and obviously he'll do whatever the fuck they want. So they bribed the president of Honduras and they got this special treatment in Honduras where they were able to operate a city. It was supposed to be like a Bitcoin libertarian paradise where they would be able to basically do whatever they wanted. And they had, I don't remember if it was a 50 or 100 years lease that they negotiated. And it fucked over the people of Honduras. It destroyed their local economies, and they weren't getting any tax revenue from it. So the people of Honduras, after Hernandez was ousted, they overturned this decision, and now the libertarian crypto bros are pissed about it. So this is obviously them giving Donald Trump money to help out their boy, and then, of course, influence the election in Honduras. But here's Prospera, and I want you to see, one, what Prospera was, and two, how it affects other countries, and three, just one more time, Americans, especially the billionaires, don't give a fuck about other people. They just think the world is theirs, and whoever has the most money should rule.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn to Honduras, where communities are fighting back against privatization and foreign exploitation. The Honduran president, Xiomara Castro, and the UN Congress repealed a law enacted by the previous right-wing administration that established what are known as Economic Development and Employment Zones, or CEDES. The law also allowed the private cities and special economic zones to have functional and administrative autonomy from the national government, which opponents say is a threat to Honduran sovereignty and the livelihood of local communities. Now, a Delaware-based corporation called Prospera has launched a case to challenge the repeal of the law under the Dominican Republic Central America Free Trade Agreement. The company established one of the zones on the island of Roatan and is now seeking almost $11 billion, which amounts to nearly two-thirds of Honduras's entire 2022 budget. Last month, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren and 32 others in the U.S. Congress released a letter calling on the Biden administration to intervene, writing, quote, large corporations have weaponized and continue to weaponize this faulty and undemocratic dispute settlement regime to benefit their own interests at the expense of workers, consumers, and small businesses globally. For more, we're going to Brussels, Belgium, to speak with Melinda St. Louis, director.
I'm going to play through this whole video. I'll try not to stop it too much, and then that'll be the end of the show. Anybody that could help us out knocking out the rest of that gift goal would be greatly appreciated. And then just before we continue, please remember, if you'd like to watch the movie with us tonight, we're watching The Brainwashing of My Dad. In Discord. You have to be a paid member on YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok. So if you're not a paid member, make sure that you have that updated. If you were just gifted a sub, you can come in to watch as well. But you'll have to double check. You're going to want to double check that the membership is active. And then after this video, we'll close it out, and I'll see you guys a little bit later tonight.
Director of Public Citizens Global Trade Watch. And in Honduras, we're joined by Vanessa Cardenas, the leader of the Community Council of Crawfish Rock, the area directly impacted by the prosperous Zede on the island of Roatan. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! We're going to begin in Honduras with Vanessa. Can you explain what's taking place? For people to understand around the world, you've got U.S. corporations running cities? Vanessa? I think she's not hearing us, so we're going to go to Melinda St. Louis. If you can explain what's happening in Honduras.
Well, yes, it's great to be here.
Sorry, Alfredo said Trump is a hoe.
Thank you so much, and I really look forward to hearing from Vanessa. It is absolutely outrageous that in Honduras, after the coup in 2009, there was this radical project to create these zedes, as you mentioned, private cities that U.S. corporations could come in and control the territory. The territory was removed from municipal jurisdictions, and then they had the power as a corporation to set their own regulatory standards, tax policy, monetary policy, security forces, have their own separate court system, and basically run their own government. And in the case of Roatan, this company, Prospera, came in and established this private zone where the governance structure does not allow for representative democracy from the people of the community. And at first, the people in the community didn't even know that this was happening. It's happening in such an opaque format. And once people understood what this meant in terms of taking away Honduran sovereignty and taking away land from communities, there was massive uprising. Indigenous people, community organizations, even the largest business association in Honduras opposed this corrupt law. And so through the democratic process, fortunately, they managed to overturn this corrupt law. The Xiomara Castro administration ran on a platform of repealing this law, and they did so. They made good on their promise. The National Assembly overturned or repealed the law, and that really should be the end of the story. It's a victory for democracy in Honduras after a very dark period of right-wing rule. And then that's not the end of the story because of the trade agreement that no one knew about, and these secretive trade rules that empower corporations to be able to challenge democratic policies outside of the court system. This isn't in a U.S. court. It's not in a Honduran court. It's in a private tribunal of private sector lawyers, 3 arbitrators, who will decide whether to basically ransack the treasury of the tiny country of Honduras to the tune of $11 billion with a B, which is...
This, if you're not following this was all part of the plan. So they know that by negotiating the deal that they did and like subverting the sovereignty, that with this contract and a private business, the arbiter would be a world court, essentially, like somebody outside of Honduras. And these are all like lawyers that are placed. These are all corporate lawyers. And so they're like, the idea is that they're probably going to side with the corporation, and they're going to say to the country, sorry, you signed a deal. You've got to pay this, whatever, $11 billion, which they absolutely cannot afford. When we covered this I think we covered this maybe in November or December, this was one of the points that we brought up, that like, that's what they were afraid of. That it was really smartly negotiated by the corporations, but it's also gross. And more importantly, it's gross that Donald Trump now is intervening on their behalf to try and take care of his billionaire buddies instead of, again, America first. So we're going to pardon a drug trafficker, and we're going to do the bidding of American billionaires. Because why? Because they gave Trump some money. So fuck everybody else.
Which, again, as you mentioned, would bankrupt the country. So the company is using this as an additional tool to try to bully the government to not implement the democratic will of the people. And so it's very complicated, but it's actually very simple. It's once again kind of this neo-colonial project of of U.S. companies going to the region, but in this very radical way.
Yeah, I think we have Vanessa Cardenas in Honduras now, and I wanted to go to her. Vanessa, when I was in Honduras as a reporter back 30 years ago, there were already very large export processing zones, basically to manufacture goods and send them to the United States. But this is a whole other stage here of whole.
Jackie, go through the whole Rolodex of all the dumb shit that you're going to say instead of watching what's on the screen. We get it. Okay, we get it. You've tried a lot of different distractions here. You want to talk about anything but Trump, you can go to any conservative stream and get that. But this is getting weird now. You're just like you're just like random sentence generating things about Democrats, and it makes you look like a psycho. Maybe chill for a second.
Cities. Could you talk about how your community, Crawfish Rock, found out about this, and what the previous government had done to keep the basic information from the people?
Yes. Hello. Well, we didn't hear it from the government, of course. We heard it through a community leader, and she practically was telling us underneath because she was so scared. But she wanted the community to know. I actually got it from a colleague of mine, and she sent it through our WhatsApp messages. And we were, we had to do so much study. We had to knock on so many doors because everyone that we asked was like, no one knew about it. The authorities knew nothing about it. So first of all, we need to know that this city, and especially Sede Prospera, is not like the rest of the autonomous or independent zone. This is a state within a state, which will have its own judicial system. It is run by a technical secretary chosen by the camp, and the camp itself is in the shadow. No one knows who the members of the camps are. And of course, the link that it has to the narc state of Juan Orlando is very concerning to us. And their lack of transparency, they have not been transparent in anything they have done. This community is a small community, it's an ethnic community, and we of course has the rights to be free and previously consulted on any type of project that is being done in our community, and we have not been. So, we have totally distrust of Prospera Sede, and the power that the treaties and the law gives them has us so much concern. We are so very concerned about that.
They actually tried this in California too. They tried to basically do the same thing, and they went to these farmlands and they wanted to buy up all this land. And they wanted to create their own like libertarian city. And the farmers were kind of talked to each other, and they're like, we're not going to do this because they're going to take over this whole place. They say it's going to create new jobs and cheaper housing, and it won't. And so the farmers were like, no, we're not selling to you. And so these same people went and they sued the farmers. And, they tried to sue them by saying that they were working together to make sure that they couldn't buy the land, that was unlawful. That the farmers couldn't come together and create a conspiracy against them to sell the land. They did it in Santa Clara when the 49ers wanted to move their new stadium. A lot of these same investors who were invested in the 49ers, they bought all the seats on the Santa Clara city council, and then they got this bid where they get tax breaks. It's what billionaires do everywhere. But they chose Honduras, one, because it's on the beach, but two, they knew that like their return on investment could be pretty low. They could just go and they could bribe officials and bypass these folks here who wanted nothing to do with this, and just sell that land without the approval of the people, and probably pocket a bunch of money in bribes.
I was looking at the ads to attract businesses, and it talked about these cities. It said around the world there's something like 5,000 of these zones, but 500 of them, 10%, are in Latin America. Here if you can talk about your community, how it's impacted, and the fact that this was imposed by the previous president, Joe, as he's called, J-O-H, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was extradited to the United States for drug trafficking, for corruption. even though it was repealed, how it's being enforced right now in your community and the particular effects on your community.
Sede Prospera has had a very negative impact on our community. It has had a psychological impact as well as physical impact. Why I would say psychological? Because the mental stress that we are under. We don't know when our home will be taken from us. And we have old people, we have single mothers, we have widows. And, it's a problem to be stressing and worried all the time when we will have to leave our community. And physically, because the community was stuck in a limbo. No one wanted to do anything with it. There was no developing. After the law was abolished in last year, anyone that is from here can see that there have been numerous construction. Many homes people have started to build home to fix. First, before that, because of the problem that we have, and we still have, people didn't even want to fix their fences because it was like, we don't know when we have to move. And it was a constant stress, as well as the environmental destruction that is being done in our community. They have torn down a complete hill.
Mute James. James, shut the fuck up. God, dude, we get it. It's not even that funny of a troll. If you're going to troll, be better, but you're just going to the well one too many times. We're going to have to mute James the rest of the show.
A hill that has so many species of animals, species of trees, as well as our main source of water. We already have a well that has been dried up. So it's so many things that have impact us negative that they promise jobs, and it's very little jobs that we can apply to, or the people them have gotten. That the pros and the cons is more negative than positive.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Melinda St. Louis, who is this firm, Prospera, this Delaware firm? Who runs it? And also, given the fact that these many companies previously had the right to manufacture in many of these countries, what's different in terms of what these private cities offer to foreigners? Is this another haven for a crypto utopia for tech millionaires?
Some of the stuff that happened in Prospera was crazy. Like, there's a guy that got his Tesla key embedded in his arm. They're doing all sorts of experimental stuff with the chips that read like brain waves. I think everything there was supposed to be paid for in crypto, which ironically, probably a tough time in Prospera right now. I think crypto's at Bitcoin's at 87,000 now. It's down to 40%. Probably tough times in Prospera right now. Perfect time for Donald Trump to intervene, right?
Yes, well, I think it really remains to be seen because it's quite a shadowy operation. Prospera, as you mentioned, it is a Delaware-based company. It was created for the Zede, to create this Zede in Honduras. And as far as we can tell, there is not a goal to do manufacturing, to really have major jobs. It can look like on the surface.
Let's be honest. I wish they would be not honest, but just tell the truth. It's Peter Thiel, it's Mark Andreessen, and it's Sam Altman. That's who invested here. These are the people that are at the White House all the time. Donald Trump's doing them favor after favor after favor, propping up their businesses, funneling billions of dollars towards them, making sure that their crypto ventures are covered and that they're promoting crypto all the time to keep the price of crypto artificially high. That's who this is. These are Trump's investors. These are the people that gave him a couple $1 million, taught him how to do crypto, and he's just helping them out.
Tourist community, like a residential community, but what it looks like is really more of a political project. I mean, there was certainly there are a number of members of the Prospera community who are very active in the cryptocurrency movement. They have made Bitcoin legal tender. They have created an opportunity to become an e-resident, so you don't have to live there, but if you pay a fee, you can be an e-resident, and then you can open up a business using the very lax regulatory framework where you can propose your own regulatory code and basically operate outside of the jurisdiction of the United States or Honduras. And so they, I think that is really more what the project is of Prospera. So in terms of contributing to development, that seems very unclear. And
yeah, it's fallen to 40% while they're trying to keep it high. That's exactly with Bitcoin. Yeah. By the way, chat, excellent job just destroying Jackie. The best thing you could do for a Republican is ask them to share a source. Good try, Jackie. You're getting absolutely decimated in the comments. I'm enjoying watching that.
And in this case that they have launched against the government of Honduras, they are claiming that $11 billion is what their expected future profits might be in the future. And that's why they are claiming that under these extreme rules, investor rights that are included in the trade agreement, that they should be able to be compensated unless Honduras basically lets them do whatever they want according to the law that they previously invested under, that was put into place under the regime of Juan Orlando Hernandez.
And explain the role
and
of
that they
CAFTA.
signed
Can you explain the role of CAFTA in this? We have less than a minute to go. And the letter that Senator Warren and others have signed, what you're demanding of the Biden administration.
Yeah, so in CAFTA, there are these extreme investor rights that corporations can sue governments outside of the court system to demand billions or millions or billions in taxpayer compensation. And this is a very radical element of our past trading system, so much so that it is no longer considered to be a viable thing to include in trade agreements. The Biden administration is no longer seeking to include these extreme corporate rights in agreements, and yet it exists in CAFTA, and so this company is utilizing.
I don't know what the home prices are like there. I don't know how to find. Somebody look that up. I'm sure you can find it.
It. So Senator Warren and 30 members of Congress are calling on the Biden administration to weigh in on behalf of Honduras in this case so that they do not bankrupt this country, and also to seek to remove these extreme investor rights from CAFTA and other free trade agreements, given that now that there is bipartisan opposition to these very extreme rules that are exploited by corporations like Prospera.
Melinda St. Louis, want to thank you for being with us, Public Citizens Global Trade Watch, and Vanessa Cardenas, leader of the Community Council of Crawfish Rock, the area directly impacted by the Prospera Zede on the island of Roatan.
This happened under history. This is happening now, bud. This is happening right now. Donald Trump is pardoning these people to help out his buds. Crazy. I did see Tim Fraud. Let's do this, Jackie. Tim Fraud defrauded billions of dollars. What's your evidence of that, Jackie? Let's do this. I think you've already been dunked on this already, but there's not a single person. The accusation against Tim Walz, which if you want to criticize him, you could say that he didn't act quickly enough to fix this, but he didn't take any money. Do you have a source to back that up, Jackie? You have a source for that, pal? Or are you just saying dumb shit again? We're at gas prices and Tim Walz. Is there any possibility that get rid of Jackie for disinformation? Let's just ask her for her source. Because Jackie clearly wouldn't come in here and just say a bunch of shit that she doesn't know. Yeah, I've got the computer, Jackie, and I looked it up, and guess what? It doesn't say that. I said, did Tim Walz get caught committing fraud? Tim Walz has not been charged with or caught personally committing fraud, but large fraud schemes in Minnesota's social service and COVID-era food programs occurred under his administration and have sparked major criticism. I have a source here from CNN, ABC, New York Times, and the AP. Do you have a different source? I can even look at the person who's running the ads in, which is education workforce here. Tim Walz's school lunch fiasco got scanned for $250 million right underneath his nose. Doesn't say he benefited there. What's your source, Jackie? That's fine. We'll do this. I'll stay a little longer. I don't see anybody that's even accused him of that. Let's see. New York Post, ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, what's this? That's the one I just read. I don't see a single person saying that he committed fraud, Jackie. Whistleblowers came forward to say he silenced them. That wouldn't mean that he committed fraud. That would mean that he silenced whistleblowers, Jackie. So let's stick to your first one. Jackie, did Tim Walz get caught committing fraud? We can move on to your next claim if you'd like. But first, we got to do this one. It's one at a time, Jackie. Got to walk you through this. Did he get caught committing fraud, Jackie? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, I need a source. If you want to go on to the next thing, just say no, and we'll go on to the whistleblowers, Jackie. We get something there? Yes or no? Where's Jackie? Oh, are we being quiet now, Jackie? I'm giving you the attention. Oh God, now we're finding it. Everybody's been asking you. Yes, you did. You said he was. Yeah, you did. You said he committed fraud. How would you commit fraud? Let's see. Here's the New York Post. I assume this is where you're getting this from. The two sources so far: New York Post and Trump's Twitter. Hundreds of state workers at the Minnesota Department of Human Services publicly excoriated Tim Walz for allowing a massive fraud scandal to unfold under his watch. Over $1 billion in taxpayers' money was fleeced by dozens of scammers in Minnesota's Feeding Our Future fraud scandal. What is this Feeding Our fraud scandal? Or Feeding Our Future scandal. What is this? That says 250 million. Not billion. Muna Wise Feeden has been charged with a 10-count indictment with 3 counts. So he's just been charged. We don't even have a conviction here. Bribery, 3 counts of money laundering. 75th. Let's see, what is this? Feeding Our Future dramatically increased the number of sites under its sponsorship, as well as the amount of federal child nutrition program funds received by those sites. Feeding Our Future went from receiving... Oh, I covered this last week. Oh, we've covered this. Okay, so what did Tim Walz do? Well, you said he committed fraud, so I guess you're walking that back. I appreciate it. So some fraud happened while he was governor and he didn't catch it. That's what you want me to spend all my time covering? I actually already covered this story last week. The food kitchen scandal? It's not a food kitchen scandal? You mean school lunch? Jackie, you've been 0 for 4. I wouldn't, if I were you, yeah, that's the Feeding Our Future. I'm reading it. I covered it last week. That's what I'm reading right now, Jackie. Oh, Jackie's letting you down big time, Patrick. She's letting you down big time. That's what I just read the indictment for the things she said we didn't know about. That's not good. First, you said he defrauded taxpayers. Now you're walking that back. Then you said we didn't cover it. I covered it last week. Then when I showed you what we were talking about, you said, oh, no, it's the food kitchen scandal, which is exactly what we were looking about. This is tough, Jackie. What am I supposed to do? So Tim Walz didn't catch fraud. That's what you want me to cover all day? I've already covered the story on Thursday or Friday. You want me to spend the whole show? Don't talk about Donald Trump. Talk about how Tim Walz didn't catch a fraud. Okay. Anything else we need to cover for you, Jackie? That didn't go very well. Semantics from the guy who can't define good. Oh, gotcha. You're an Andrew Wilson dipshit. I don't know what to say anymore, so now define good. Yeah. Everybody knows what good means. Only somebody that makes you define good would only somebody that is an idiot would make you define good. What is good? What more good than hard? Like, I explained what more good meant. In fact, I did it in that debate. I said that we'd make more money than we would lose. And I made that argument, and he granted me that argument, so I won the debate. And then he's like, but what about my feelings? I want to talk about how brown people make me feel icky. And I said, I think you're a bitch for thinking brown people make you feel icky. And then the debate ended, and that's how it went. And it's not surprising that after you got absolutely destroyed, you did the same dumb shit that Andrew did, only you did it in a dumber way. Because we'll hold this. I've said it again and again and again. None of Andrew's people can debate. Andrew can debate. Rob can debate. None of you can. You all just think he wins because you're dipshits. And they know that. They know all they have to do at the end is jack off in front of you and tell you how great they were, and you'll send them money. And they're like, you're just like us. And then you come in here and you get absolutely demolished. Whatever you got to tell yourself, you dummy. No, I don't give a fuck about morality. No, I don't. I don't give a single fuck about morality, just like Andrew didn't give a single fuck about the economic benefits of immigration. Yeah, we both didn't give a fuck. I don't care if you think that it's immoral for somebody to cross the border illegally. I don't really care. Yeah, that's true. But you got dusted the same way Andrew did, and you're going to celebrate like you won the same way Andrew did. Tell Andrew to call his wife and complain some more. Maybe Andrew's wife should have jumped in on that debate so she didn't look bad. But this was a tough game for you. The chat roasted you. Then I gave you the attention you wanted. Then I roasted you, and then you're like, "But Andrew Wilson's better than you." That's what you went to at the end, because none of you guys can debate. So, anyways, go back to Andrew and tell him how good you did, slurping him off while you were out here getting absolutely dunked on. Let me see if there's any more messages. And then we'll get out of here. Jen, did I miss any?
I don't think so.
Okay. Missed any there? All right, guys. We'll be back. If you're a member, we'll be back at 5 Pacific time in Discord to watch the brainwashing of my dad. And then we'll be back tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, here, wherever you watched. Take care of yourselves. Jackie, get some cream. I'm sure that it's not the only cream that you need. Take care of yourselves. Have a great rest of your day. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.